Just hit the go live button, so I guess if I refresh this page here, I should be able to see myself go live. Anyway, there's a slight bit of delay, so just let me double check a few things real quick. Can you guys see the live stream? Oh, there we go. Alright, welcome to the stream everyone. This is going to be my polls and full kit review for FF9 collab. Let me go and collect my purchase bonus first, if you don't mind. As you guys can see, the JP daily purchase bonus is really pretty amazing this week if you care about scrolls. As you can see, so much scrolls over here. I wonder if they'll have the same thing for us in global. Probably not, but one can hope. So let me take a look at chat. Alright, LM Jeff Jones says, all good it seems. Hey Kitty Law, thanks for dropping by. And here we are. This is the summon page. I was wondering why there was no, FF9 music on the home screen. But it seems maybe it's just that my app wasn't updated or something, because I logged into the application before the FF9 collab started. So we're gonna wait just a bit for everyone else, who's interested to come in before I start doing the polls. But for now, I'm just gonna take a quick look at the banners, and then I wanna check the one thing that's on everybody's mind, for those of you who have heard earlier, with regards to Holo Vision cards. So before we do that, unfortunately, seems like this time around, on the first week of the collab, at least, there is no select banner at all for 4th anniversary. So maybe, I'm guessing that the select banners will come next week, hopefully. Just give me 1 second as I set my Discord to do not disturb so that we don't get like notification sounds and stuff. Alright. And so far it seems all of the summon banners are the same ones as, they've told us about from the notices. So no surprises here. Of course, this is the one thing that's a huge burning issue right now, which is that there is no guaranteed, there's no VC guaranteed banner for the Holo Vision cards. So as you can see here, there is a 5-step. This is a paid 5-step. If you finish the whole thing, you don't even get the card guaranteed. And that's why you can actually do the paid banner 3 times. And then for the regular one, this one only gives you shot, it doesn't actually give you the card. So there's no 10,000 free vis, get the vision card directly. And I think it's about time we find out what this means for us through the banner shop. Because it seems like they definitely want us to, use the, get the card through Mugo Shop PD. And it seems like they've set the medal count to 1,000. Which means it's gonna cost twice as much to get a Holo Vision card. So this is 10 sets of 10 pulls, right? So 20,000 visual is the price set, I guess, for a Holo Vision card. JB79 says, Odaiba, can you take a look at the rates? Yep, sure, I will take a look at that right now. I believe it should be 0.8% because it's not supposed to be as expensive as the Dark Esper Vision cards. Or at least that's my expectation of what Holo Vision cards should be. There you go, it's 0.8%. So basically think of Holo Vision cards as kind of like an in-between point between Dark Esper VCs and the regular VC. It's still 0.8%. JB asks, bonus rates on steps. Okay, so there's basically the standard banner, right? And for this one, I think there is no bonus of any sort. Let me double check that real quick. By the way, it says here that you cannot use vision stars for holovision card to get holovision card shots. Earlier today, they actually updated the notices to let us know, confirm that you will not be able to use vision stars on holovision cards. And so this is the standard banner, and for the standard banner, there is no bonus rate, it seems. And then there's two other special banners aside from the regular one, which we are going to take a look. Now for the free vis banner, there is a one-time only 3-step, which gives you, if you complete the whole thing, it does give you 25 shards. And for this one, there is no bonus rate as far as I can see. Let's see here. You do get a bunch of bonuses, gill turtles, grow eggs, and then on step 3 you get the 25 shards. And of course with each step, you're given 100 of the summon medals. So that's for the free Viz banner, and then for the paid Viz banner, it's a 5-step, and they've structured it to be pretty much almost exactly the same as the unit version. Meaning you do have to pay paid Viz for steps 1, 3, and 5, and then steps 2 and 4 are free. But for this one, there is actually a a bonus to the drop rate. For step 1, the final slot, the UR guaranteed slot, will give you a 2% rate for the card, and then step 3, they will double the featured rate. So this one is 0.8%. So that means for step 3, the final the final drop is a 1.6% chance to get a card. And then for step 5, just like with the unit version, for step 5, the final shard, or rather the final drop, has a 3% chance of giving you the card. So only for the paid Viz we have bonus rates. By the way, I haven't been reading chat, so let me take a look. I think somebody asked a question about if I'm from Singapore or something like that. Joshua Chan says, are you from Singapore? Yes, I am in Singapore. That's where I'm from. And then Ram Dwarka says, hey Odaiba, good luck, just popping in before work. I'll rewatch later. Thank you for the support. Irvin says, good luck Odaiba. JJ Rio says, hopefully the 10k guaranteed VC remains on global. Yeah, so that's the thing, because we do have about a month before FF9 collab expectedly will drop in global. So maybe Hiroki will take this time to note the feedback and try and, correct this, try and make things better for us, but who knows at this point, really. Arius A says, apparently a 1k medal pity. Yeah, that's exactly it. Strelax says, so it's confirmed that no guarantee? Yep. Indeed, there is no guarantee. Well, the guarantee is through the medal PD, which is set at 1,000 medals. So basically 20k free Viz. Jeff Jones says, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I do think it's pretty ridiculous, and because of how much this card costs, actually a bunch of people in my JP guild, we're the number 2 ranked guild, a bunch of us have decided to just skip this card because it doesn't make sense. And from what we know of this card, is really meant for Zidane and the Win Party, right? So, we already have Dark Tetra Sylphid, so it doesn't look like this card will be essential for us. With that said, a number of us actually did really want to get this card, including myself, because you never know when, the Dagger weapon vision card set will be like fully done. And you never know if this card will actually be like a key staple for Dagger team. So for that reason, if possible, I do want to get the card, but for now it definitely sounds too expensive. Like, look at how much visual I have. 41,000, and that's a mixture of free Viz and paid Viz. So 20,000 free Viz is going to wipe like almost my entire stash of Viz, and I wouldn't even be able to pull for Zidane. So right now, I think for a lot of people, it doesn't really make sense, and yeah, I'm kind of disappointed this is the approach they decided to make, even though, the theme for 4th anniversary was kind of, them trying to make everything much easier to play and, much more fun for all the players. But just because of this one stupid mistake they made, I've seen on Twitter, I can show you guys, in fact, the whole day since the afternoon, my Twitter has been like, going crazy over this. Let me change this up So like the whole day people have been talking about this stupid look at this. Look at this. I think you kind of like, even if you don't read Japanese, you kind of understand what this is about, right? Look at this. Like, you know, so many people are talking about it. It's like why would they even do something so stupid like this? Like, they just robbed all the goodwill out of, you know, yeah, it's like, I mean, it's just stupid. So unfortunately, that's, you know, the situation right now. It's hella expensive, and I'm thinking probably a lot of us in JP and Global are probably not going to be able to pick up this card because of that. But hey, you know, one can hope that things will improve. Hopefully they have seen the feedback, and hopefully they'll do something about it. Alright, so I wanna take a look real quick at the TMRs. Sorry, just give me a moment. I need to restructure my windows a little bit so that it's easier for me to read chat. Krauser asked, does it have a bingo? So by default, in JP, none of the Vision cards have a bingo challenge board. It's a global exclusive thing, but you know, just to show you, there is absolutely no bingo board for the Holo VCs as well. So they expect you to put up with the 20,000 visual just to get the card, and then you still need to buy the shards with the visual, basically. Hariki Lewis says, now there are 200 cost units for collab. Oh god, yeah. I mean, they've really upped the price, and I mean, you know, the thing about the 2 cost 100 units is actually not too bad, because at least you are guaranteed to have, you know, some really powerful effects on the units. But the thing that really gets us is, on top of the 2 cost 100 units, there are 2 Holo Vision cards. And that is the really crazy part of it all. Acook says, well, big ad for VC pullers, 10k free Viz was good. Vintage Blade says, we effing hope you enjoy playing War the Visions FFB. Indeed, right? Clarice says, can't use stars and no bingo? Yep, it's a really horrible situation. Capitan says, Hiroki at work, how fun. Yeah, I know, right? So the thing is, I'm not sure if it's entirely fair to blame it on Hiroki, but hey, he's the guy who is, you know, not just in charge of Global, but now he's also actually in charge of a lot of things in JP. And then this is coming pretty much a few weeks after he was put in charge. So who knows, you know, how much of this has Hiroki's stench on it. So I don't want to blame him unfairly, but the situation, you know, right now is we're definitely quite unhappy. Alright, so that's enough about that. Hopefully things will improve, but for now let's just, you know, try and continue on the stream with a bit of a more positive vibe. And let's start by taking a look at the much anticipated TMRs for these new units on FF9. So for Dagger, seems like we get a silver pendant for a TMR. Let's take a look at the skill. Okay, this is pretty interesting. It's a, it's like, what do you call it? Elias TMR, Ice Elias TMR. And basically, this is a AoE buff for your teammates that will give everyone in this AoE range 3-turn Nullify Poison, Nullify Petrify, and Nullify Toad. So, unfortunately, it doesn't have Berserk on it, so I'm not too sure how useful it will be. If you know that your opponent is definitely going to be using Poison on you or Toad, then definitely you may want to consider putting this on. But without Berserk, which is a huge problem, you know, in the game, right? Berserk is much more common than Poison. I don't know how good this will be without Berserk. So we have to wait and see if people use it, but I don't think people will by and large put this TMR on just because it has no agility, it has some decent defense and spirit, 9 defense, 4 spirit, 330 HP, 5 critical evasion. Overall, it definitely doesn't seem like a very impactful TMR. The only thing is, if you know that your opponents are going to run a lot of poison, then maybe that's the one thing that may be helpful. But then again, if you want to counter poison, all you have to do is put on Marshmallow Cap, right? So maybe that TMR doesn't see play at all. And then for Zidane, I'm gonna take a look at that right now. Astu Hawk says, I hope this is not foreshadowing for Petrify LB. Oh yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, a lot of times when they design these kind of TMRs, it is a bit of, you know, tipping their hand to let us know what else is coming. But yeah, Petrify as a thing we have to deal with in PvP is definitely something I'm not looking forward to. So Zidane's TMR is called the Thief's Scabbard, as in it's like a thing for his dagger. And this one is pretty interesting. No agility, 210 HP, 4 defense, 9 spirits, 8 critical, which is not too bad, and 4 in accuracy. Now for the effect itself, oh, this is really, oh, guys, even without knowing the rest of Zidane's kit, I'm pulling him just because of how good the TMR is. So TMR is, as you can see here, is a self buff with 2 casts. So what it does is this will give you a 3-hit physical damage barrier, and it will also give you 3 turns of increased accuracy. So basically, this is kind of like, what's his name? Sid Orlando, you know, from FF Tactics. This is like Orlando's TMR, right? In that it gives you a barrier. Except this one is not physical plus magic barrier. It's just for physical damage. But with that said, it's still, you know, it's still a barrier thing. And barrier, you know, having a barrier on a TMR skill is kind of a premium thing in the game. So I feel like this will definitely see some play. Just imagine if you have, like for that Dialdo, you know, you could just put this on Dialdo and bang, turn 1 he can, you know, use his heat up skill, and then turn 2 you can go right into a physical barrier. This is really good, I think. What do you guys think? 3-hit physical barrier, so there's no magic coverage on this. But on top of that, you also get 3 turns of increased accuracy, so that's not too bad either. And then, sorry, I forgot if Garnet's one, is it a single cast or 2 casts? Just want to double check that. Oh, it's a single cast even. So I think Garnet's Dagger's TMR is like just complete garbage, right? Because not only are the status effects coverage not that, you know, good of, it's not that great in terms of the, you know, number of status ailments that it covers, but on top of that, it's also only a single cast. So I don't think you're ever going to use this TMR at all. But for Zidane's, at the very least, hey, physical barrier, I mean, there's so many situations I can think of where that's actually really useful. JB79 says, if it's plus 30 accuracy, then it's nice, yeah. So I guess for that, we will have to wait for WOTV Calc to, you know, check the numbers. Or I guess later today, somebody in my guild will have him max, and then I can try and ask them to test like what the accuracy increase is. So now what I want to do is go and see if the companion units are up, because if they are up, it's gonna make it much easier for us to take a look at the full kits for both units. Just gonna pick a random quest. Okay, so as usual, we have to wait, I think, 45 minutes to an hour before they will have it. But in the meantime, I guess we will just go ahead and do some polls. Bowcut Guy has a question: who can equip the TMR? I believe both of these TMRs are accessory type, right? If I'm not wrong. So I do know that for Orlando, his TMR is you have to be a unit that can wear armor for you to actually use it. But this one is an accessory, so any unit in the game can have this physical barrier thing. And can you guys think of any unit that, you know, will totally benefit from having this physical barrier on them? Because it has to be a unit that doesn't have barrier in their kit, right? But recently, most of the best units in the game, they do have barrier as one of the 2 buffs they can get off before they enter combat. JB79 says, it's situational like most others. Many evade units do not carry barrier break. There we go. So that's one way to use it for sure. Boonisad says, it's medium accuracy increasing, right? So it should be 30%. Does it say if it's medium? I didn't actually notice if they do put the... no, they didn't say it's medium. So they just says that, 3 turn accuracy up. And I think for accuracy, how it works is, it's either accuracy up or it's more, a great amount of accuracy up. For accuracy, there is no small, small, medium, large, or XL. There's no such thing for that. So I think if we look at, we probably can go and find a unit that has the buff effect that says accuracy up, like the standard amount, and we can probably check what that amount is, and that is probably how much of an accuracy boost Zidane's TMR gives. Peroro says Alaya has barrier break. Yes, but to use that barrier break, Alaya has to be 3 squares away from the enemy, and she has to, if she uses that, then she cannot use stack impact to hit 3 things at once, right? So, there is merit to, having barrier against Alaya still. And I can't tell you how many times where, I expect Alaya to use barrier break on the target, but because she can hit 3 units at once, she ends up doing that anyway, and she doesn't break the barrier of the target that I want her to, break the barrier off. Bowcut guy says, can you press a button that shows which classes can equip Zidane's TMR? I don't think it's on the TMR itself, because what units can wear... Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, is this thing job limited then? I didn't know this was how it works, but basically it's all the jobs here. So obviously that's not everyone, but are we able to tell what this means in general for which units can wear it? So I guess it means that from what I'm seeing here, all of these are the sword classes. So maybe you need to have, maybe it has to be a sword unit to be able to wear this accessory. Does anyone know how this works? So this is, what's his name? This is King Bradley. This is Zidane. This is Farius. I don't know who this is. Wing Knight. Oh, this is Stir Knight, I guess. This is Zoma. This is, Warrior of Light, I think. And this is anyone who is a Spell Blade, I think. This is 2B, Rune Knight, Dark Knight. This is Warrior in training, so I guess is this Mont or somebody else? Sid is over here. And Lord is this, so I guess this is Mont. Samurai, Winged One, so this is, this is Gilgamesh. Knight, Warrior, and Red Mage. Wait, is this Red Mage? Yeah, this is Red Mage. Bowcut guy says, yes, it's as limited as Orlando's TMR, so not that good. Okay. Alright, so unfortunately, I didn't know this is how it works for accessory. Do we have the same thing with Dagger's TMR then? Okay, so clearly for Dagger, pretty much anyone can use it, but for Zidane's one is somewhat limited. But I think with that said, I think there's still quite a number of, important characters that can benefit from this TMR, right? If I'm not wrong. Did you guys, of the names, so Farius is, wait, does Farius have Maria? I don't actually remember. Interestingly, oh, this is not Zoma, sorry, this is actually Pizarro. So I think it's useful for example, Pizarro, because you want to equip like an evade gear, and then, although for Pizarro, I guess he has his Dragon Quest accessory thing, so he doesn't really care about that. Well, we'll figure it out. I think one of these classes is going to be able to benefit quite a bit from this particular TMR. Anyways, I think, we have been, I think we're pretty much ready to pull. Probably everyone who's interested in the stream has come on, so What do you guys want to see first? Should I pull for Zidane first, or do you want to see the 4th anniversary things first? Because JB79 says, can you look at Zidane's base luck? So, unfortunately, okay, base luck, we can probably check it from here, right? Because the companion unit is not out yet. But if I don't know how helpful this is, but apparently the base is like 180. Is that accurate? Because the way I take a look at like the base of things, right, is, let me change this up. Like I go directly in here and then I take a look at the numbers over here. So okay, so I think it should be accurate, right? Because for Astrius, it's where is luck? 184. So Zidane's is 180. That's not very high, is it? Charles says 4th anniversary pulls first. Or Garnet first. Alright, so we'll go in order. We do Garnet or Dagger first, and then the 4th anniversary stuff, and then we go into Zidane. So, and partially the way we're doing it in this order is because I kind of want to see you know, what I'm getting with this 100 pulls, which is something that I mean we're all receiving in the global version tomorrow as well, right? So I think does anybody know if 180 luck is not very high, right? So he's probably not an evade character. Dexterity is at 182. Let's compare it to Valentine Ildirer. Just gonna take a look at this real quick. Okay, so they all have around this amount of luck. Valentine Ildirer is 183. And then Yuffie is probably higher, right? I would expect, since she is the premium evade unit, so as to speak. There we go. Yuffie is at 193. Vintage Blade says, forget VC, embrace monkey. What the heck? Nathan Denham says it's 99 base. Okay, so I guess you know, I guess a better way to check it is, you know, later on when the companion units come online. So okay, with that said, I think that's pretty much all we need to check before we actually do the poll. So I'm gonna start the process. Let me just finish reading some questions from chat. Peroro asks, wait, what class is Zidane? Zidane's main job is a version of Thief, an advanced version of Thief. And then his sub-jobs are the new Dragoon job. I don't know what it's called. The one that, you know, Grinsback has. And then the other one is Operative. Martin Mergunu says, Holo VC first. Yeah, I'm not gonna fall for that trap. I am absolutely not. JB79 says, 312 base attack can't be right for him at level 120. Yeah, I guess we... yeah, I totally have no idea how the stats work on this page here. But if it's level 99 base, then we absolutely need to wait for the companion units, because that one is basically the unit at maximum level 140 already, so that would probably be more accurate. Alright, so we're going to it. Suiko says, good luck, Odaiba. Nathan says, thoughts and prayers. JM says, bad version of Thief, LMAO. No, he's a righteous thief. Anyway, we're just gonna go straight into it, starting with the Dagger free 10 pool summon. Can we actually get Zidane from this banner? I don't think we can, right? Sorry, let me just double check real quick on this. I don't think we can... Yeah. It doesn't... I wish they would just, you know, write it down somewhere on the banner that you can get Zidane or not. I guess you can't, because I'm not seeing... So these are all the cost 100 units. And yep, doesn't look like he's here, but I mean, it doesn't change the fact that we will pull on this banner. It's just that I just wanted to know if we can get extra lucky or not, but I guess that's not going to be the case. Dozo says, good luck on the pull, so Daiba, thanks for your well wishes. Hopefully we can get an insane pull with Zidane. So I forgot to buy the oh wow, maybe I can get a double dagger right off the bat. Oh wow, 3 URs in the free 10 pull. That's pretty good. Okay, the message was too long, but it said something like, because I'm not alone, something, something, something. There we go. So that's Dagger down, the free confirmed guaranteed summon. So far, so good, right? I mean, it's the initial tempo, and so far, this is looking pretty amazing already. So I hope we can continue that hot streak. I know we're going to pull this next, but the 100 pulls next, but let me just go into the shop and buy the Zidane ticket first before I forget. And pro tip for you guys, you know, if you have paid this, I think you guys know this already because it's how it works for the FF9, sorry, for the FF8 collab as well. But if you have free vis to spend, you definitely should buy both the Zidane ticket, the temple ticket, as well as the Dagger one. Because the Dagger 10 pull contributes to the same PD medal system. So that's, you know, 10 less pulls you have to do for Zidane in the event that you need to PT him. So we got that in the bag. JM says, is her in-game name Dagger or Garnet? It is Dagger, and they've confirmed on stream the reason why the in-game name is Dagger is because the collab in general is themed after the latter half of FF9. That's why Dagger in this game has short hair. It's after she cuts her hair. And that's why for Trials of Reckoning you're fighting Kuja and everything. The whole thing is themed after the second half of FF9. Okay, so next up we're gonna do the 100 pulls. I don't have a lot of the newer vision cards. I guess maybe it's easier if I show you guys what I don't have. So for characters wise, I think I have like almost everything except Grifford and I don't know who else. Well, just because I have almost everyone doesn't mean I've built them, by the way. So just so you guys know. So I don't have Griffith, I don't have Gurn's back, and I think that's about it. The rest I do have, but obviously I only build the ones I actually use. And then for vision cards, I am looking for, I forgot what this is called. Basically all the VCs that were released in like the past 2 or 3 months. Dark Siren is the number one thing I'm aiming for. So if you get a Dark Siren from the 100 free pulls, that's a huge win for me. And then this octopus thing, I forgot its name. The Odor Chef VC is something I'm looking for as well. So those are the few things that, you know, I'm looking for. And if I don't get any of them, you can kind of think of it as, you know, an absolute slaughter fest for me. Exia says Thunder Dragon. Yeah, does anyone know the name? It just it hasn't come out in global yet, right? Anyway, we are going straight into the 100 free pool, 10 URs guaranteed. Cocking Tut says, oh no, you may already waste the good luck, lol. Well, whoa, holy cow. Okay, so this is supposed to happen because it's supposed to be 10 UR. I was shocked there for a moment because I was like, wait, is this supposed to happen? And I totally forgot that you're supposed to get 10... Whoa. Maybe I did accidentally use up my luck. That's one down. Now, if we get Dark Siren, then that's the, you know... Whoa, okay, that's pretty nice. If we get Dark Siren, then that's the real... what do you call it? The real proof of a lucky pull, right? Because that's really the one I really want, and the rest, to be honest, at this point, I am not even sure if I'm going to build Griffith just because, like, you know, I'm trying to reincarnate like the characters that I usually pull for. So here I think we're gonna should we just skip the rest of the 80 pulls, because I think it's not going to give us any. You know what? In the interest of time, I'm just gonna click the skip button so that we can quickly check what we got and move on to the main attraction of the live stream. Yeah, the moment that I think everyone is waiting for. But so far, as you can see in my 100 pulls, I got Griffith, so that is pretty nice. So I'm quite thankful for that. But and we do get a few extra URs, but it seems like we didn't get anything else that's new, right? So this is not too bad. Look at all the amount of extra mind spears we're getting. This is pretty awesome. Who would know that, you know, 4th anniversary, you know, straight away you could get like so much stuff. Like, it wasn't that long ago when, you know, they celebrated the anniversary by giving us like what, 10 pull and that's it, 10 pulls a day and that's it, right? So even though I didn't get Dark Siren, which is like the one thing that has evaded me this whole time, I'm still grateful that we got a bunch of good stuff. So by the way, the 100 pulls is you know, kind of like a one-off thing. If you log in any time during the 4th anniversary period, you get to do that one time. But on top of that, on the very first day of the 4th anniversary, which means tomorrow in global, on top of the 100 pull, you still do get your daily free 10 pull. Although, you know, as you can see here, obviously it's not a guaranteed UR thing anymore. Nathan says, monkey. What is that a reference to? Is there a monkey unit or VC that came out in WOTV recently? Like the only monkey I know is someone called Connor, but I don't think you're referring to that. Anyways, we are going into the FF10 pulls. Sorry, I mean FF9 pulls. I actually added one to the number, and we're gonna start off with the single 10 pro ticket first. But before that, I just want to make sure that they didn't change the conditions of the collab pulls. Okay, I just want to make sure that when you do the nice step for Dagger, you do actually get the summon medals for Zidane. So it's still worth doing the nice step for Dagger, but as somebody pointed out to me, steps 3 and 6 are no longer, you know, free summons in the nice step. So you actually have to pay for the summons here. But the upside is that you do get 40 Dagger shots. So if she turns out to be a good unit, then, you know, that's where this will be kind of helpful. Speaking of units, we'll do some pulls first, and then I think we'll take a break and go and look at Dagger stats first, right? Because I do need to know how good Dagger is before I commit to going all the way for Zidane. Because I need to know if I should be doing these pulls here, the nice step on Dagger, or if I should just be, you know, doing completely the Zidane banners. So first things first, we're gonna start with 10 pulls on Zidane, and let's see how it is. Ling says monkey is Zidane. Oh yeah, okay. I thought isn't he supposed to be a rat or a mouse or something? Is he supposed to be a monkey? Crap, it's been so long before. I mean, it's been so long since I played FF9 that I don't actually remember. I thought he's a rat. And you know what? Now that I've said this out loud, I realize there is actually no basis on why I would think he's a rat instead of a monkey. Anyways, it's a hot wash for the 10 pull on Zidane. So I think we will, you know, do one round of this thing because I don't want to waste the 10% chance. The 10% chance to get Zidane on this banner. Actually, I feel like with FF9 collab FF9 collab in general, for Zidane at least, right, the Pete Viz banner is actually so much better this time around. But before we go to that, we're going to do the temple ticket for Dagger as well. Charles says Freya is the red. Yeah, come to think of it, I have no idea why I thought Zidane is a red. Like, for some reason, I've just been thinking that. But the moment Lynx mentioned that, oh, monkey is actually Zidane, then I remember, oh yeah, he has a monkey tail, right? And earlier, someone, Exia mentioned that the octopus is called Ultros. Yeah, thank you for that. I need to start remembering these Espers by their names. The thing with Ultras is that I didn't play FF6, or was it FF4, so I've never been familiar with that particular summon, so that's the reason why. And as someone mentioned here, maybe I have accidentally used my luck on unimportant banners. First 20 pulls, and so far nothing good, I guess. So next up we're gonna do the FF5. This is the 5 UR guaranteed banner pulls. We can do this twice, and if we get lucky, we might even get the Holo VC. So let's just double check the rate on this thing. Wait, does it have no pickup rate? Oh, yeah, holy cow. 0.016%. This is pretty nuts. But maybe there is pickup rate on the UR side of things. Okay, so this is the guaranteed UR slot, and Zidane is at... So there's Dagger at 0.8%. You can actually get Dagger from this stupid 5 UR summon, which is kind of a bad deal because you really don't want to be getting dupes of, you know, Dagger like that. Zidane... Where the heck is Zidane? I guess I should look at the cost 100, and that will probably be faster to find him. Oh, there we go. 0.4% for Zidane, and where is the Holo Vision card? 0.75% for the Holo Vision card. But these rates, the featured rates, only apply to the 5 slots that are guaranteed URs. So it kind of feels like a bit of a trap, but at the very least you do get 80 Mind Spear, so that it's not too bad. So we're going to go straight into this. David Huffman says 0.01%, what a game. Yeah, I know, right? It's pretty insane. Like, at least they should at least give us, you know, pickup rate, featured pickup rate for the, what do you call it, this, the other regular slots. Nope. Oh no. Well, there is a cost 100, but it's not the one we're looking for. Another cost 100. The game is straight up trolling me, guys. The game is straight up trolling me. Okay, so nothing good from the 5 UR guaranteed pull. We're gonna do another round of this. So basically, I'm just using 2,000 paid vis to buy. Oops, sorry about that. Basically, with this banner, like, for the most part, you have to think of it as simply using 2,000 paid vis to buy 80 Mind Spears. Well, let's see if we get lucky. Okay, we do have 2 chances of hitting the Holo Vision card. 3 chances. Oh boy. That's 2 URs already, so I'm kind of afraid to click now, you guys. Oh, what? Guys, the game is straight up trolling me. I don't want any of these regular roster characters. I'm not gonna build Gurn's back. What are you doing, Gumi? What the heck? What the heck? So now I have like all the regular roster characters in the game, but I'm nowhere closer to getting Zidane. Charles says, well, congrats. Well, I don't know how I feel about that. It's nice to have him, I guess, but look, you know, I'm never going to build him, right? There's no time for that. So I guess I could use this banner to like buy all the shards I need, but I don't know. Unless I see a lot of people using him, I'm probably just not going to build him and focus my resources elsewhere. So okay, so we're gonna check how many medals I have, but I think basically what's gonna happen for me to finish the pulls, right? I basically have to do one round of the standard banner, and I think I'm probably gonna. I'm actually not sure if I should do this one or the other banner. Because of the 10% bonus, you know, the best way to ensure I get Zidane is actually through this banner, right? Because at least, you know, every single time, or rather every 6 or 7, 10 pulls, I do have a 10% chance of getting him. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to go and, you know, take a look at Dagger's kit first and try and figure out, you know, how good she is. And does anyone know if there are any sources out there that already has information on Zidane's kit? Like, you know, on a JP wiki, or I don't think WOTV Calc has updated already, right? So we're gonna take a look real quick in just a bit to see if there's any information out there on the exact kit. Since this is, I think, around the time that people start uploading the information, or maybe there's even the companion units, maybe they are out already as well. Hariki Louis says, is this collab Holo VC 10k guaranteed? Nope, it's not guaranteed. You have to exchange for it using 1000 summon medals, and the 1000 summon medals are VC exclusive, meaning you can't be doing the Zidane or the Dagger banners to get your Holo VC medals. You will need to actually pull for the Holo VC to get the Holo VC medals, and once you have 1000, then you can trade in the 1000 medals for the Holo VC, which is a really bad deal. So companion units are still not out yet, so I guess what we're gonna do now is we'll take a look at Dagger's kit first, see how good she really is, and we're gonna talk about if she's a replacement for Rinoa, or if there will actually be cases where you need to think about if you want to go with Rinoa or with Dagger in your Earth team. Janfei says that do the Holo VC stats look like it's worth it? I can tell you right now, if you're talking about PvP in terms of arena and in terms of class match, quick pick match, and guild battle, the current Holo VC, the FF9 Holo VC, is totally not worth it, because it definitely seems like a card designed for Zidane and the Win Party. But, you know, as far as the Win Party is concerned, you already have Dark Tetra Sylphid as a vision card you can use for you know, almost the same kind of effects, right? So the only time you will actually really need the Holo VC in terms of PvP is if you want to make a Dagger team, or if you want to make some kind of weapon team that requires this card and, you know, the weapons that they cover. And the thing is, right now, from all the characters that are out in the game, a lot of people, including myself, have taken a look at the roster, and right now we don't think there is a really good team that can actually use the brand new Holo VC. So if you're looking in terms of PvP, right now it's totally not worth it. But if you're someone who plays a lot of guild raids, if you're someone who competes for leaderboards for PvE stuff, then maybe this card is useful to you, because it does have the PvE only effect of critical damage up, which of course is a huge deal in PvE quests. So I really wish the companion unit is out so that it's easier to take a look around the board and see what unit she has, but I guess we'll start at the top. Level 120 skill is, let's see what this is. Okay, so this is the re-raise skill, And I believe we can't tell over here, but oh, actually we can. So she has 2 casts of re-raise, but this is basically the skill that was talked about on stream during the JP livestream. This is the one that allows Dagger to give 1 ally area resistance up as well as shell, and then at the same time Dagger will gain re-raise. And you get 2 casts of this, which is actually something they explained on the stream already. For the EX upgrades, the other things she does get is, let's see here. So this is the other skill that was covered already on stream. This is the Dark Bahamut summon, which you know makes him do a Mega Flare for 2 hits of damage L, elementless damage L, and 3 turn spirit penetration down on the enemies, and then there's also Cura at the end of the skill. So this is exactly as was explained on the stream. And the other upgrade is, where is it? Is this one over here? So the third upgrade using the, you know, EX upgrade is a passive skill upgrade, and let's see here. One of her main job passives gives her spirit penetration, and area resistance up. So this is pretty good. This is probably the passive you want to be on Garnet the whole time. Pope Jules 12 says, for Trials of Reckoning ranking LOL, it will be a must-have. Yeah, so I guess the FF9 collab is kind of, the whole Holo VC announcement is kind of bad news for anybody who's serious about TOR. You pretty much have to have these kinds of VCs just to be able to rank in, right? If you care about the leaderboards. Woodstock Win says, oh wow, that's really bad. Yeah, I know. Wait, you're talking about the Holo VC, right? So I'm gonna take a look at Dagger's support passes first. This one is magic up and AP consumption down. So I think this is from the Ibarra gel. I forgot what it's called. Soul Blade? Is that what it's called? She has a casting time boost, which means that this greatly reduces the amount of ability casting time. Greatly reduces. So this is really good. This is, I think, the biggest question mark a lot of people have, because when they introduced Dagger as a unit on stream, one of the things they talked about in the description is that she has activation time, and a lot of us got super worried what that could mean, because obviously in the game you have stack impact from Malaya, and that's going to completely kill this character. But with this passive, it seems like you probably can make her an instant cast character, but her heals will not be instant cast, probably. But then again, we don't really know what heals she has yet, right? Because if it's the Mega Flare, if it's the Bahamut Summon, I think even though that has a healing component to it, it's classified as an attack skill. So it will use the attack cast time reduction thing from your Aspera and from your Trustons. Pop Juice 12 says, what's her resistance? Yeah, that's a good question. I want to see if this is updated. Oh, there it is. So for her resistances, okay, 5% slash, 10% strike, 15% magic, and her weakness is missile, minus 15% for missile. So I think that's pretty okay, right? Because we don't really see a lot of missile characters in the meta these days, except for maybe Melnia, and I think that's mostly it, right, for the current meta. So strike resistance is good to have. Magic resistance, you know, obviously soul is a thing. Overall, it looks pretty okay. Resistance for elemental is the usual type. For status ailments, she does have 10% charm and 50% blind resistance. And 50%, what is this? Is this don't act? I think this is disable, right? This is immobilize, this is disable. Okay, so you don't have to worry about disable on Dagger, but the one I really hope to see is, of course, silence. I think right now in the game, the only mages that have silence resistance are the healers. All the attackers don't have it, which means that obviously, you know, SR Little Leela is always going to be a threat. HP, okay, so I don't have the thing fully unlocked, so all these will not be accurate. Resistance wise, I think she's actually quite okay. Woodstock Wind says minus 15 to anything is brutal. Well, that's true, but I mean, if you have 7, you know, from Trust Stones, then it's minus 8, which is still okay, right? And besides, missile resistance is something that is, you know, is quite easy to fix with an Esper. A lot of good Espers out there do have missile resistance, so I think if you really care about, you know, the character not losing to missile units, then you can always just, you know, equip Bahamut, or, you know, equip one of the other guys, one of the other Espers that have the missile resistance, and then on top of that, you can go ahead and put your, you know, 7% missile resistance on the Trust Stones. So I think it's not that bad. And besides, like I said, you know, every unit's gotta have some kind of attack type weakness, right? I'm kind of glad that for Dagger it's just missile, because you don't really see that all over the place right now. So I think I would consider that pretty decent. Randall Willis says, no, he was talking about there are no select banners or any good values. Wait, what are we talking about? Manny says, hello Daiba, just joined in. Any good paid banners in JP right now? For the FF9 collab, it's just the 80 mice purify UR guaranteed 2000 paid Viz banner, which you can roll on twice. And then for 4th anniversary, there are only a bunch of banners that you can spend, I believe, 3000 paid Viz to get 600 shards and 400 mind spears of any character that you want. To be clear, it's 5 times 120 shards, meaning you can separate it. You can separate the 600 shards to, you know, 5 different characters of 120 shards. And then the second step, which costs 1000 paid Viz, is you get to select 5 slots of 80 mind spears. So all of it is like, altogether you're getting 600 shards and 400 mind spears for 2000 plus 1000 paid Viz. So that is the current 4th anniversary paid Viz banner. And quite a number of us in JP are actually pretty disappointed that there is no select unit or select vision card banner, but my guess is those banners may be coming to us next week instead. So to answer your question in short, no, right now there are no good paid Viz banners in JP for 4th anniversary. They're pretty decent, but kind of not up to our expectations. Kokintat says Zidane's kit is up at game 8. Fantastic. So I have it loaded up here, so they can easily switch. We go to game 8, which is right here. Is game 8 accurate for these kinds of things, by the way? Because I'm kind of scared if it's not accurate. Because I don't know how good all the different War of the Visions wikis are. Where do I find the... it's not on the front page. Wait, this is... Are you sure it's game 8? Maybe we can find it over here. Well, game 8 is totally not updated yet. Talking Tut, what's going on, my brother? I thought you said game 8 is updated. Is it something else? Okay, scroll down a bit. Okay, it doesn't help that it's fixed to this thing. So I guess I need to... okay, that's much better. Right, I don't... oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we know about the master ability because it's in the notices. And for the ability, Limit Burst, we know about that already. It's pretty crappy. 43 AP is a lot for this kind of single target Limit Burst. So for those who are unaware, I'm just going to read out what the Limit Burst does. It's a range 5 single target attack that will basically give Zidane 3 turn of physical damage increase. Physical damage up on Zidane first as a buff for 3 turns before he does damage L to target, and this will also give Zidane 3 turns of AP consumption down. And let's take a look at the main skills. So the ones we'll start with the buffs, because that's the most important thing. The one thing that was kind of covered on stream but we didn't have full details is the AoE buff, because they did tell us that the AoE buff will have single target resistance, but what else does it have? So let's find out. This is pretty interesting. Give me a moment. Alright, sorry about that. Someone knocking on my door? Oh yeah. Am I still on the BRB screen? I think I've switched it back, right? Yeah, okay, so back to what I was saying. The AoE buff is called Critical Error, and what it does is it gives everybody in this cross-shaped AoE range critical... wow, okay. Critical damage up, single target resistance up, and to Zidane only 3 turns of win ability up and 3 turns of slash resistance penetration up. This is a pretty good AoE buff. So I really only cared about the single target resistance up. But hey, you know, giving critical damage up to an ally is pretty solid. Not really a lot of characters can do that. And I think, for example, if you were to pair, let's say, Zidane with Alaya, right? You know, imagine how much more damage that is with the critical damage up. But of course, the main problem with that is that there are no VCs that support this duo, so really unfortunate about that. Alright, so next up is, so that's the AoE buff. And then for the single target buff is, I think this was covered, right? Yeah, this one was covered on screen. This is the one that gives him courage and 3 turn magical damage reduction. It's not a barrier, by the way. I did a bit of a mistranslation during my live translation stream. I thought it was a barrier, but it's not a barrier. It's just magical damage reduction for 3 turns. And of course, it gives you the courage removal negate on hit for 3 turns. And I think there's no EX upgrade for this. So it's a move that is one of Zidane's strongest moves for the self buff, but you only have 2 casts of it, so I'm a little bit concerned about this. But I don't think he will use it more than once in a fight, so hopefully that's the case. At least for the AoE one, you know, it's 3 casts, so single target resistance and critical damage up. So I think because this is this has single target resistance on it, that he won't actually use this twice in a row, if I'm not wrong. It works just like Elias' AoE buff. Next up is Bundoru, which I think translates to mug. Is this Google Translate? Oh, never mind. Bundoru. This is... I believe this is a sub-job skill, right? I'm not too sure about that, but... Excuse me? Wow, this is actually much better than I thought. So this is... Basically it's mug, and then what it does is... the really strong part of this move is that it will dispel all effects on the enemy target before doing damage M, and it will reduce the AP on the enemy while simultaneously recovering AP for Zidane. And there is a chance that Zidane will steal an item from them. So obviously not that great in PvP. But with that said, I believe... So the thing is, this is not a low AP move. So I'm not sure when, you know, Zidane would actually use this kind of move. I guess if there's some kind of dispel thing that, you know, that will lead him to doing more damage. I think this move will pretty much never come out in auto PvP. Especially since the range is just 1 square. So just forget about this, I guess. For some reason, Game 8 lists this twice. So I guess this is... I'm not sure why, but they listed this twice. So I'm just gonna skip this. The same thing anyway, more or less. And then... So this seems like a pretty decent move. 3 range single target. Does 2 hits of damage L and 3 turn of 3 turns of critical evasion rate down on the enemy, and 3 turns of critical damage resistance down. So this is one of the new mechanics for Zidane. Lynx says magic damage reduction is better than barrier and better than shell. Yeah, totally agree on that, because the only thing that can dispel that is, well, dispel. So, in a way it's better. The only thing is, with shell and protect, they cannot be dispelled using, you know, the normal dispel move. So, that's something to think about. I guess it's better in the sense that it does actually affect more things, if I'm not wrong. But I think shell and magic damage reduction, right, is actually... The main difference is how do you dispel it, right? Because protect and shell, you have to use a skill that specifically removes protect and shell. Whereas for magic damage reduction, if I'm not wrong, any kind of dispel all effects move will actually remove it. So anyways, back to what I was saying. This is... It's a 3... Wait, is it... It's a range 3 move, so he's not gonna use it all the time. But, you know, from how they explain Zidane as a character on the stream, it seems like one of Zidane's main things is that he is supposed to go up close to the enemy and then debuff their single target resistance. And then the next thing is, after that, you try and debuff their critical damage resistance, which means that every single time Zidane or some other character lands a critical hit, the amount of damage will be, you know, increased exponentially, right? So this is one of those things that we really have to test it to see how good it is. But just look at the move. It debuffs the target's critical evasion, so you can crit more often, and then on top of that, it debuffs their critical damage resistance. So just to be clear, because I think even Ready Player Will was asking me about this, because he doesn't quite understand what's the point of critical damage resistance. It's a new thing, and, you know, it seems so weird, right? So the way it works is, let's say the effect is reduce critical damage resistance by 50. So it's minus 50%. That means that whenever you do a critical hit, whenever you land a critical hit, the critical damage normally is 25% additional attack, right? But if let's say this move actually debuffs a target's critical damage resistance by 50, that means that, you know, instead of 25% additional damage, your critical hit will actually do 37.5% additional damage. So basically all this is to say that the reason why this is a new thing, why this critical damage resistance is here, is to allow Zidane's critical damage to exponentially scale. So I believe in one of his equipment, or whether I forgot if it's equipment or maybe it's a vision card, Zidane basically has a lot of ways to increase his critical damage, especially if you have the Holo Vision card for him, because for that it gives you even more additional critical damage during PvE quests. So the whole point is to use this to allow you to get ridiculous amounts of, you know, high scores in PvE rankings, and of course it helps somewhat in PvP as well. Link says, my guess is that critical damage has gone negative, which can be huge potentially if it works on normal resist. Yeah, this is indeed right. This is exactly how they explain it. Basically, it lowers the critical damage resistance, which means that yes, it goes into the negative. Now, what's interesting is that the whole of War of Visions, in the entire game, there is no ability or equipment or vision card that gives you critical damage resistance. There is no such thing in the game. They invented this, they gave this to Zidane just to, you know, let him make the number go to negative, but there's actually no way that you can bring it up to the positive. JB79 asks, are any of these multi-hit skills? I think there's probably a few, right? Let me just go through them real quick to find specifically for multi-hit moves. And I'm guessing JB79 is asking that because obviously for PvE stuff, you do want to make sure that you have multi-hit moves to you know, scale the damage. Well, as far as I can see, it doesn't seem like he actually has any multi-hit moves, which is like really weird, right? You would expect that this kind of PvE character would easily have multi-hit moves. It should be here somewhere, but I mean, I would expect him to have multi-hit moves. But I'm not seeing it anywhere. Like maybe for operative? I know he has Toxic Assault. Is Toxic Assault multi-hit again? I don't remember. No, it's not multi-hit. The crit damage one is 2-hitter. Wait, was that a move that I read earlier? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's the only one he has. Let me do a quick Control F, so that it's much easier to see. So the critical damage one is multi-hit, and let's see. Yep, that's the only thing. 1 out of 1. So he only has 2 hit moves, unfortunately. My guess is maybe in the future, or maybe, you know, in the current list of vision cards, there's some move that you can use to let him hit 3 times, maybe. But yeah, he doesn't have a lot of multi-hit moves. So anyway, going back to his other stuff. Okay, so this is one of his main attacks. Is like his version of. Wait a minute. Oh, this is. Is this correct? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can it be upgraded or something? Wait a minute, this is weird. Okay, so this is the normal version and it can be... So this is his calculated Ren. And what kind of, you know, confused me was that when I look at this range, it's only range 5. When I know that on stream they already said that this move is range 6. And that's because before the EX Chop upgrade, it's actually range 5. And only after it becomes range 6. So as you guys know from the stream, this is one of his main things. Range 6 calculated Ren-ish move that will give him follow-up attack for the next 3 turns. Do you know how crazy this is? Imagine Zidane uses this move one time. Just one time on turn 3, right? Because turns 1 and 2 are his buff turns. So he uses this move on turn 3, and then he does follow-up attacks for the next 3 turns, while, you know, attacking with other moves. And then maybe on turn 6 or 7 again, he uses this move again. And suddenly for the next 3 turns, he has follow-up attack again. Like, imagine for Lightning, FF13 Lightning, her AoE moves only gives her follow-up attack one time, right? For that single cast only. But for Zidane, it gives the next 3 attacks follow-up attack. Pretty nuts. JB79 says the base range is 4 in each case, so it just extends the AoE. Right, okay, that makes sense. And Asha says that Zidane is pretty much very anti-soul. Yep. As Kale LK points out, this move is unfortunately only 2 uses, so that is pretty weak, because even King Bradley has 4 casts of it, right? But the difference is, of course, King Bradley is supposed to use that every turn until he runs out of users, because it's like his stronger move. But for Zidane, you pretty much use this one time, and I'm guessing some other move, after using it one time, some other move on his list of skills will outdamage this move, which will block this from being used again. So this whole long part is follow-up attack, followed by breaking physical damage barrier, and then it does damage amp. Okay, so yeah, so basically this move will only come out if the enemy has barrier, or if they are exactly, you know, at range 6, or if they're all grouped up in a way that they can be hit using this move. Because I think there are probably other AoE or single target moves that will do more damage than this thing, because this one is a damage M move, right? And then this is the other move that I think was covered on the stream. A pretty simple move, range 3 single target attack that does 3 turns of single target resistance down on the enemy before doing damage M. What is his main AoE attack then? Because he doesn't have a lot of AoE attacks, right? Is the calculated Ren thing the only thing? Yeah, actually that is the only thing from this list of moves. So I'm not too sure about 2. Seems like very little, unless he has some other really good AoE attack from his sub-jobs. So clearly for the Enhanced Dragoons job, you don't really have a lot of good AoE moves, right? But maybe from Operative? Square Drain, Leaf Edge, Toxic Assault, they're all very close range, you know, very, they're not really AoE attacks. Earl Tanner says, I'm late, did you get Zidane already? Nope, I have not finished pulling for him yet. And Asha says, Odaiba is 4 users in game. Okay, thank goodness, because looking at this list of skills, I was like thinking, wait a minute, it's like his only AoE attack, and from a distance. It's like his only range AoE attack. So 2 casts definitely seem to be very low. And did you say it's 4 users in game? So is his companion unit out already? Because if it's out in the game, it will definitely be a lot easier to read the skills. There we go. Okay, so the moment of truth. The one big question on everyone's mind is if his main job passive will give him enough to make him a good attacker. And we're about to find out right now. So one of his main job passives gives him ATK up and slash resistance penetration up, which is pretty horrible. And then the other one, this I believe is from the sub job, is ATK up and defense penetration up. So I'm a little bit worried now because I hope this is not the only main job passive that he has. Oh wait a minute, I forgot to change my screen, did I? Yeah, I'm looking at the in-game stuff now. But before that, I actually need to check the main job passive, if it's even listed here. It may not actually be here. So because we know how good the vision card is, because we know that the vision card gives you defense penetration on the bestowed ability part of the card, we kind of expected that he wouldn't be getting, like, you know, defense penetration on both his passes. As in, he will get like 80 defense penetration or whatever. But with that said, I was still hoping that it's not that his passes are not too terrible. But it seems like they are actually pretty bad. So the two main job passes, the first one I said already, which is ATK up and slash resistance penetration up. And then the other one is critical hit rate up and AP consumption down. Yikes, that's a big yikes. So, okay, you know what? Let me finish reading the rest of the skills in game. But right now, I'm seeing some big red flags with the character, unfortunately. And Ash just says, VC's bestowed defense penetration is only 10 penetration. Yeah, I know, but... So he has 10 from there. He has 40 from his passive. That's 50 already, right? And then from Truststone, we have another 10. So at the minimum, we are looking at 60 defense penetration on Zidane. And you can increase it by 10 more if you want to equip Black Garb, the Ninja Garb thing, right? And look at the damage here. It's 1,400. So I'm starting to not like what I'm seeing here. 1,400 damage is not a lot of 1,400 ATK is not a lot of damage in terms of the attack stat. A lot of single target resistance though, because we have 15 from this thing, from Survival Vest, and then this one gives 20, right? So that's 35. Okay, and then 10 is from his master ability. Okay, so JV79 says, can you check the base stats now? I certainly can. Where is it? Luck? 191. So that's above average, right? Because I saw earlier that Yuffie has like 180 plus, 190 plus. Mega Rare says, any Zidane pools? We're pausing that for a bit because I want to finish checking out Zidane's kit first before we go into it. And yeah, let's just look at the rest of his kit first. So HP seems okay. Attack is on the low side because most attackers have at least 400 attack. So this looks to be a little bit on the low side for me. Agility is 61, which is, I guess, average for an attacker. Dexterity 208. And move 3, jump 2. Yeah, he's not looking that fantastic right now. For resistance coverage, strike 15%, slash 15%, magic 20%, but weak to pierce and missile. So I'm guessing this 2% is from something, right? What the heck? 2% is a really weird number. And then for the status ailments, poison resistance is nice to see. 50%. This means that you don't need marshmallow cap for his equipment. 35% resistance to blind. And 50% resistance to berserk. Okay, so at least his status ailments resistance is looking pretty good. JB79 says 388 ATK is above average but not amazing. 191 is evade unit tier. Okay, so maybe you are supposed to build him as a evade character, which I'm getting a little bit concerned now, because obviously to make him evade, you need to have the Neo Automata vision card, and I don't have that on my JP account, so I'm not too sure, you know, how useful he will be in a PvP or guild battle kind of scenario then. Okay, that is actually quite disappointing. And then from his weapon, I did cover a bit of this on the live translation stream. So like they told us, the default passive is slash attack out 15. And then for the exclusive passive, critical hit rate up 15, reaction block rate 30, and area resistance up 8. Seems to be okay, nothing that fantastic, but he does have quite a bit of 8, 15. So I think, is there a way we can take a look at his overall crit rate? It's not listed. Okay, so we have to change the equipment. So unfortunately we can't see the critical rate, but you know, by my count, he has quite a bit of critical rate already with, you know, this kind of default setup in his companion unit. Reaction ability is Knife Guard, which allows you a chance to reduce damage on incoming slash and strike attacks. So I guess this works kind of like Wedding Elias reaction ability. Irvin says for evade, probably Rafale Dagger is better. Yeah, that makes sense. But you see, here's the thing though, even though you can build him evade, like look at his passives, he will have to give up something in order to get like some evasion passives, right? And I'm guessing the only evade passives that can come out of that he can equip are from the operative sub-job, which is not a lot, right? So you probably still keep the defense penetration passive, and then you throw away this one, which gives you the slash resistance penetration and ATK up. But so far, I have to say his passives are looking super disappointing. His moves are the only thing I feel like can save him now, but like I noted earlier, it seems like he does not really have any good AoE attack other than, you know, the forecast of the calculator Ren style move. What the heck is this? Huh. Huh? This is... Guys, this is a meme skill. Take a look at this attack range. So this is not an attack range. How did I translate live? Live Dijon? Live Dijon. Well, I don't know what this is called. I think this is some kind of homage to FF9, but basically what this move does is a TP skill, as you can see here, is that it will give everyone on the map except for Zidane all allies on the map will get HP recovery by a certain percentage, and this is a L effect, so probably something like 40 or 60%, and they will also get some AP recovery as well, but Zidane will die upon using this move. Like he will sacrifice himself in order to give all his allies HP recovery by a certain percentage and some AP. What the heck? Is this supposed to be some reference to FF9? And then the other move here, so obviously because, you know, this thing is like, this sub-job is like, it only gives you one usable move. I don't think you'll be using this in PvP, right? The other one is, this one is not too bad. So for this other move, everyone in the AoE range will get hit with damage M, and then there's a chance that they will get confused. So damage M and confusion on the enemy. Not too shabby, but I don't think we will ever use this. So I think we either go operative or the Dragoon sub-job, and I'm not too sure which one is better, because the Dragoon one gives you the, I think it's called Dragon Lance Dive or something like that, and that pairs pretty well with Glaciala. But then again, the other one, operative, has Toxic Assault. But the thing is, his operative sub-job does not have Shadow Dance, so he doesn't have AP recovery on himself, if I'm not wrong. Omar G says, I think it is a reference to the ending where you can select the 4 units and they are recovered by the following. Hey, spoiler! Spoiler alert! I didn't finish FF9, so I don't know about that. But then again, it's been what, 25 years or something like that since FF9 came out. Jaded Bacon says, sorry if I missed it, but did they go through with removing resonance and viability? That's coming later this year, or later this month. That's coming in the middle of November, if I'm not wrong. So it's not out yet, the resonance removal thing. And Sheriff Painsborough says, what if he has re-raised from suddenly? Oh, we're getting into spicy territory. Yeah, what if he what if he has sorry, what if he has re-raised from suddenly and then he uses this move to give everyone HP and then he re-raised himself? That's that's a pretty neat parlor trick. Okay, so the big problem is that, you know, obviously in auto PvP, the AI will never use this move. I don't think, I mean, unless he has like healing kind of AI, which I don't think he does. So obviously this is a manual thing, and I can't really think of any situation where you will actually want to do this for manual play. But if you have to use this move, then obviously the suddenly re-raise tactic seems to be something you might, something that might make sense. So I don't know, for now it's looking like I'm not really digging the character right now. He has how much defense penetration? Is there a way to see it on the sheet? 40 from his passive, and then the Holo VC, which by the way, which you need to get the Holo VC to give him this stupid plus 10 defense penetration, which I don't really want to, you know, which I don't really want to get the VC for. 50, and then Trust Stones, well, this one has no Trust Stones, but if you did have Trust Stones on it, it would be another 10, so it's 60 altogether. So it seems like he will have a tough time against like tanks and such. So I think maybe we skip this character, although I really want the TMR. Hawking Tut says, this skill is more for manual. Yeah, right? But even, I mean, with that said, even if it's for manual, can you actually think of any situation in manual play where you actually want to use that skill? Zelda SO2FF says, Zidane can use a skill sacrifice to reduce his HP and MP to 0, while fully restoring the other party members' HP and MP. It is learned from the Masamune and Exploder. Okay. So yeah, it is. It's just a tidbit, a bit of a reference to FF9, I guess. So I don't know. What do you guys think? I've basically read out almost all of his moves from the kid already, because there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and like we already knew 3 of these moves from the live stream previously. So this one, just a quick recap. First one is Courage on Zidane plus Courage removal negate for 3 turns, plus he gets some AP recovery, one-time AP recovery by the way, and then he gets 3 turns of magical damage reduction, not a barrier, and that's about it. But this is obviously one of his strongest moves. It's something you always want to do at the start of battle. But before that, this is a turn 2 move, because on turn 1, what he's going to do is he will use the Alaya style AoE buff, whereby he will run to a teammate and give them, including himself, 3 turns of critical damage up and 3 turns of single target resistance up. And then on top of that, Zidane himself gets 3 turns of win ability up and 3 turns of slash resistance penetration up. So I'm guessing this gives him like something like 20 slash penetration. So if you add that all up, it's probably about 75% after this thing has been after he has received the buff from over here, which is pretty good. The problem is that his defense penetration is not up there. So anyway, like I said, this is turn 1 buff. Turn 2 is the Courage and Courage removal negate. And then turn 3 is when he starts hitting people, right? So this is a range 6 calculated Ren style move that removes the target barrier, and then it breaks the target's physical barrier, and then it also gives Zidane 3 turns of follow-up attacks. And on top of that, it makes the enemy have healing ability down and CT up negate. And after all of that is applied, then the move will do damage M. So, yeah, the problem is that this is pretty much his only AoE attack, his only good AoE attack. So, and from very far away, this is the move that he will keep using until he's able to close the distance, at which point he will start using the let me check which one he will use next. So when he gets close enough, there's 2 moves that he can use. And I think the first move that he will start with is this range 3 attack that gives him 2 hits of damage L, and then for the next 3 turns the enemy will get critical evasion down and critical damage resistance down. And then the turn after that, he will use this other move, which is against his range 3 turns of single target resistance down on the target before doing damage M. So yeah, I kind of don't really like his game plan because it feels like it's lacking something. Irvin says need to test his follow-up attack damage, I think. Yeah, you know what, let's do that. Wait, actually give me a moment. I need to check something in my guild. I don't think anybody would have Zidane at level 140 already, but I just want to see if that's an option real quick, so that later on I can like do some testing and you know, and go into detail on the, or rather just you know, take a look at how Zidane is supposed to be used. So just bear with me for a moment. Because of privacy concerns, I can't really show you guys the screen I'm looking at right now, but it won't take too long. I just need to quickly scroll through my guildmates list. while reading the chat, of course, Zelda says if he gets to pair the enemies, he can use the second AoE from Subjob, the new Dragoon Rectangle skill, or Dream Zone as an AoE option. But he seems really more single target focused. Yeah, that's definitely true. And the problem with that is I kind of feel like maybe that's not enough for PvP or guild battle, because like some of the strongest characters in the game right now has multi-hit, single target multi-hit skills, right? So maybe that's not good enough for Zidane to be a thing. Because if you look at what he has right now, the only really good thing he has is Barrier Break at range 6 with a follow-up attack. And if he doesn't get close enough, he will just have to keep hitting with that, calculated Ren style move. And once he runs out of that, then, it's hard to use him in the second fight as well. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. Oh, there we go, the music has loaded. I'm not too sure why up to this point we didn't get the FF9 music yet, but it's finally here. So I'll be totally honest with you guys right now. Zidane is kind of looking a little bit like a Squall situation. Like, I mean, looking at everything they revealed before the actual release, it seemed like he has so many things going for him. And then they just, like, screw up the execution. Yeah. KLK asks, KLK says, wonder how you play with Riesel and Wind Veritas. So, here's the thing. Wind Veritas, if you guys look at the illustration, it seems like he's a spear character, right? So I'm guessing, and also he has a shield, so I'm guessing Wind Veritas is going to be a wind tank with courage, because Zidane has courage removal negate, and the wind category characters, for the most part, they don't really have courage, so it's looking like Veritas of the Wind probably has courage, and that's why they gave Zidane courage removal negate. That's what I'm guessing. But the problem now is, if you look at the skills, he's only got one AoE attack, and then everything else is like single target, and then of course like what who was it earlier? Like what Zelda mentioned. If you use one of his sub-jars, then you do have another AoE option, but you have to get really close. Which means that he's going to, for the first few turns at least, he's going to keep spamming the calculated Ren move, and he may just run out. And then once he runs out, he's kind of like a bit of a sitting duck until he gets really close, right? So I'm not sure if that's good enough for today's meta, when you have characters like Alaya and Soul that can hit multiple enemies at range 5, and then there's Lightning Asterisk as well, range 7, Barrier Break, and a bunch of stupid stuff, and a really good Limit Burst. Zidane's Limit Burst is not even good. Like, look at this, it's range 5, gives him some additional physical damage up before dealing damage L and 3 turn of AP reduction. It's one of those we need to look at the numbers kind of situation. So you know what? I think we will look at his damage numbers, but I need to build a team that will. Well, I guess I can just use the lightning team, and we can take a quick look from there. But before that, I think we will. We'll take a look at Dagger first and see how good she is a character, so that I can tell whether or not I should prioritize building her. Charif Pensborough says, I think you're underestimating him a little. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's very early impressions, and obviously I'm looking at it from a vacuum state, you know, from a state of vacuum, meaning I'm not really seeing the full picture with, you know, his team up options and everything. But from what I'm seeing right now, I don't feel like he's that good, and I'm seeing a lot of weakness, right? So maybe he's better if you pair him with the right characters, and maybe the flow will be better. But again, that's something I need to actually see in action before I'm able to understand it. Godslayer says Zidane is going to hit like a truck. You think so? Because his... Did you see the companion unit's ATK? How is he gonna hit like a truck? Like, look at his ATK, it's like 1,400 with ATK vision card in the sub slot, by the way. Like, how is he... Like, his ATK is not even that high, and he has what, he has like what, 40, 50, 60 defense penetration? Like, how is he going to deal so much damage? Like, the only way he does that is if he keeps critting the enemy, if he keeps landing critical damage, and yeah, he needs to land a lot of critical damage to get those high numbers that you talked about. Oh, and follow-up attack, right? Okay, so that's the one thing I'm not factoring in, I guess. But with that said, even if he has follow-up attack, so the problem is follow-up attack is, you know, is reliant on defense penetration and man-eater and ATK, right? So how good is it going to be? And the other thing to consider is that he doesn't really have a lot of AoE attacks. So once he gets close enough, chances are he's sticking with single target attack. And I'm kind of worried that if the enemy tank is still alive by the time he gets close enough, then he's just going to be hitting the tank again and again, and he's going to leave the enemy DPS unattacked and letting them live and letting them do damage to Zidane's team. So that's my concern. Give me a moment, I will be right back. I need to go grab a little bit of water because I have been talking for quite some time. So I'm gonna, I'm just gonna go and grab something real quick. And I will be with you guys in a moment. Guys, if anyone asks, can you please tell them, if anyone asks in the chat, can you please tell them that Odaiba went to get a glass of water or something? Alright, whoops, sorry about that. Was that a little bit too loud? I'm back, I got some water in hand, Cherry Painsborough says Black Garb puts him up to 60 defense penetration already with the passive, and that's excluding Trust Stone set bonus if you're building a tech set. Okay, yeah, I can see that, but let's say we want to get to 80 to 100 defense penetration. How do we get there? We have 40 from his passive, and then we have 10 from the vision card, so that's 50. Black Garb is 20 more, so that's 70, right? Is that enough? I guess it's okay, but the thing is, if you use Black Garb, then that means that you can't have this additional 15 single target resistance, and you pretty much have to build him evade, right, or half evade. So I'm kind of not really seeing. I'm kind of not really liking that plan, but I have to admit that it is one possibility for sure. It is one way to build him. It's just a matter of whether that will be good enough or not. Woodstock Win says, not impressed by this kit, and not impressed by VV's early look kit either. Could be a skip of an entire collab, unfortunately. Jen Fei says, I'm fairly casual, but it's not looking like a must pull like say Sephiroth, right? Right? That's exactly what I'm saying here. He definitely is not looking like must pull material. Like, you compare him with Astrius. I mean, even Astrius looks better than Zidane right here. Like, even Astrius, you know, when he came out and we looked at his kit, we weren't sure if he's going to be on the level of Alaya or Soul, but he has a lot of good things going for him. Ridiculous amounts of good things even. And Zidane is not even on Astrius level. And like I said, Astrius is not on Alaya or Soul's level, so I don't know, like, the only reason we're even considering him as a candidate for meta character is because Win is looking so weak right now. It's because Win, up to this point, is still pretty much running Glaciala, Sadali, and Ayaka, either Ayaka or June, right? And so as a result, we really don't have a lot of things going for Win element right now. Kale LK says he doesn't really have innate evade, is it? I don't think he does. Maybe he has on one of his operative sub-jobs. We can go and check that real quick on Game 8. I think they probably list it. So I'm gonna switch the screen over to Game 8. And I think we can see it from the sub-job section, which is this part here. He has one passive that gives him evasion rate up, and it also gives him obtain AP up. He only so you could give him, like, I think the rate here is probably something like 15 or 20 evade, right? So you could use this, and then you could run attack and defense penetration for the other passive, and he could pass for a half evade character. I'm just not sure if you're able to fully build him as, you know, I'm just not sure how he's going to really function as evade when he doesn't have blind and he doesn't have that much evade utility to you know, to put it in a way that makes sense. Kill LK says, I still feel bad for Squall. Yeah, well, you know, the moment that the missile meta comes into play, that's when Squall will shine again, so don't feel too bad about him. I actually thought of a really interesting Squall team the other day that I might even be using in the auto PvP finals. I'm not sure if it will work the way I think it is. I'm not sure if it will work the way I kind of think it will for Squall, but I am actually considering bringing Squall to the auto PvP finals. Let's just say it's something I'm kind of working on that I'm not sure will be good enough, but I think it'll be interesting. Let's see here. So yeah, I think, yeah, that's pretty much it for the, I guess, the Zidane reveal. we're kind of not too sure yet if he's going to actually be played in the meta. But here's the thing, I have some pretty crazy JP guildmates who, you know, will max, like, you know, their favorite units in like less than a day. So I think in a few hours time I'll probably be able to run some teams against a Zidane, and then I'll be able to have a better, a more informed opinion about whether or not he's actually a character that can actually be impactful in the meta. So for now we just leave it at that, alright? We just leave it as, you know, interesting kid, I guess, some possibilities here and there, and definitely he has some ways to stack up a decent amount of defense penetration and slash resistance penetration, but kind of feel like he's not quite good enough to be a staple in the meta right now, but it's something we'll have to wait and see. So we will leave it at that, and then for now I want to take a look at the entirety of Dagger's kit and see if she's the one I should be prioritizing instead. Omar G says, at the very least, he does seem like a good soul counter. Yeah, but I mean, there are so many ways to counter soul. Even Lightning has some pretty decent ways to counter soul right now, so not too sure about how good that is. Noxorn asks, will you do a live stream about new Helena? So the thing is, when new Helena comes out, it will be in the afternoon instead of a midnight release, so I will have to look at my schedule for that. But if I'm not working during those hours, if it's not like a, you know, full work day for me, then I'll definitely take some time out to stream. So I guess the short answer is you have to wait until that week and see if I schedule anything for the release. Like if I schedule a new live stream on the day of Helena's release. So if you're subscribed to my YouTube channel, closer to the date, you'll be informed the moment I, you know, schedule the live stream for White Rose Elema. But for now, I can't really say for sure because I don't know what my work schedule is going to be like that week. Woodstock Win says, that is not a direct soul counter. Well, I mean, he has some things, and, you know, I think we are able to fight pretty decently with... Wait, who's that? You're talking about Asterisk, right? JB79 says, need to see the numbers on his critical damage Imperial. Yeah, that is something that we should check. But let me go through Dagger's kit first, because I want to see if Zidane is getting the shaft, and, you know, whether or not Dagger, you know, is getting the same amount of shaft, or if her kit is actually pretty decent. So first of all, we're gonna check out the passives. So I think this one we saw already from the ability board. It's a Spirit and Spirit resistance penetration and area resistance, and it also gives her elemental chain resistance up. So this is one of the really good, well, almost godlike passives for Dagger for sure. You probably want to have this on the whole time, and I'm guessing this Spirit penetration is 40. And then if she has... Wait, what is her other sub-job? She has Ibarra sub-job, right? So I think Dagger can get to 80 Spirit resistance penetration. If you want to put Ibarra's sub-job passive here. The only thing, of course, is that if you do that, you will have to deal with cast time. You have to deal with quite a bit of cast time on your attack skills. AP. So I'm just checking right now to see if she has any attacks that do not have cast time. And unfortunately, it looks like that's not the case at all. Everything has cast time. What is this called? Everything has cast time, basically. So for sure, you want to make sure you put this as one of the passes, because this is ability cast time greatly reduced. So I'm going to guess this is 400. 400, and then the Aspera will give you 220 more? Or is it 200? Let's say it's 200, so total of 600. And then Trust Stone will give you an additional 200, so you're up to 800 now. I wanted to check her, what do you call it? Her Dream Enhancement trait, but it's not really shown here. So anyway, I'm just gonna assume that the cast time reduction is up to 800 on Dagger. Which means that any skill that has at least 200 for the cast time speed will become a 1 clock move. So that means all of it. So I guess pretty much her spells will almost come out instantly. As in, it won't be instant, it won't be an instant cast, but it will take only 1 clock most of the time. And that's really good because the healing for Dagger is tied entirely to an attack move, which means that it's going to be more, her healing skill is actually more, it is actually better at avoiding being countered than even someone like Shalze or Rinoa. Because I'm sure some of you already know about this, but Rinoa, one of her big weaknesses is that when you want to use healing or whatever, there's quite a bit of cast time involved, and sometimes she just gets cancelled halfway during casting, and that's not and you pretty much lose just because of that. But it seems like Dagger doesn't have that problem, mostly because her healing is tied to an attack move. The bad side of that, the not too great side of that, is that this move can only be used 3 times. So pretty much you can only heal your teammates 3 times, and you can't actually choose the timing of when to use this move, right? So you won't actually be seeing Dagger do a lot of healing, since she's supposed to be an attacker. So this one is, this is pretty much the move that was introduced on stream. 2 hits of Elementless MAG based damage L, followed by 3 turns of Spirit penetration, Spirit resistance penetration down on the enemies. And then the second part of the move is just Kiora on your allies. But I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look at her buffs first. AoE buff, and then this is the single target buff. So I believe the AoE buff was covered during the stream. This is an AoE buff that will make her run to an ally and give everyone wow, this is actually pretty good. Wait, was this covered? Excuse me. So it gives everyone in this AoE range protect and shell removal on hit for their attacks for the next 3 turns. And then on top of that, it will also give Dagger 3 turns of increased MAG and Spirit up. So she's kind of like Edward Elric in that, you know, you can, not Edward, I'm thinking of, I forgot who it was, but some of the characters who can remove, protect, and shout on hit. So this is actually pretty good to have. And then, so that's turn 1, this is the turn 1 move, and then turn 2 is the self buff. It will give her hate down, and 3 turn of protect and shell. This is actually pretty good. Let's see here. Woodstock Wind says, if crit resistance in parry is like physical damage increase, it'll be a nice damage boost. Physical damage increase, what do you mean by that? But okay, so basically how you think about, I think it's exactly what you said. It's kind of, it just works like what you said, but of course we need to see the actual numbers to see how impactful it actually is. Zelda says she has Dark Odin with poison on her kit as a sub job, and and Sheraton. WOTV being self-inserted in the FF9 lore. Wait, what do you mean in her sub-job? Anyway, so like I said, she starts the fight by running to an ally and giving herself and her allies the ability to remove Protect and Shell on hit for the next 3 turns. And she also gives a bunch of MAG, which is of course helpful for healing, as well as a bunch of spirits, which is of course good against soul. And then turn 2, she will run forward and cast Protect and Shell on herself, which is great because, and also hate down. So versus soul, so if let's say you're fighting against a fire team, right? What this means is that after her turn 2, soul will no longer target her and just go for, you know, your 2 other allies, right? And so she remains protected. And then versus Alaya and, you know, other AoE attackers, the Protect and Shell is going to help her survive quite a bit. And then on top of that, I believe she has quite a bit of area resistance as well, because on her passive there is actually area resistance. So she's going to be able to survive more than I expected, I think. And now on turn 3 she will start doing attacks. Like I said, you know, if there's a bunch of enemies in front, she will do the, what do you call this, the Dark Mega Flare move for an AoE attack. I think this is her most damaging move because it's MAG, it's MAG based damage out. But the only problem is that it's elementless, so I guess there may be another move that does more damage. But if it's only one target, let's see what else she has. This is the other move that was covered on stream. It's a single target move, range 1, 2, 3, 4, range 4. And what it does is it will do, or rather it will remove courage on the target first before doing earth-based, MAG-based damage M. So this is only used if Dagger can kill the enemy by removing the damage. If the damage is enough to get the target's HP to 0, that's the only time this move will be used, because otherwise it doesn't do enough damage for the AI to prioritize it. And then she has another single target attack. This is the low AP move, and it's Sheraton Summon. Okay, so I think that's what Zelda was talking about. What Sheraton Summon does is it will do Earth-based, MAG-based damage S on the enemy, and also it will have a chance. It will have a chance to cause low chance immobilize on the enemy. No, sorry, not immobilize. It will have a chance of activating 3-turn low chance paralyze. So it's kind of complicated because for paralyze, I'm sure some of you guys know about this, but for paralyze there's like multiple versions of paralyze, right? There's one where it's like 80% paralyzed, and then there's one that's 60% paralyzed, right? So this is the lower chance. So I'm not sure if it's 40% or 60%. It means that for the 3 turns, every single turn, the chance to not move due to paralysis is like 40% or 60%. I don't know the exact number, but basically this is the bad version of paralyze. So basically the low AP move, once again, to recap, it does earth-based, MAG-based damage S, and it will give you, it will give the target a chance to get paralyzed, and that paralysis is a low rate of activation move, a low rate of activation paralysis. So probably you will rarely see this move being used by Dagger. And then the last remaining single target attack. Oh no, this is actually a buff. Okay, so this is the re-raise for Dagger. It's the one where she will give a target, she will give an ally area resistance up and shell, and then gives herself sorry about that, it will give herself re-raise. So depending on the positioning, I guess sometimes she doesn't even get the protect and shell on her, right? So this changes things. So turn 1 she will run forward and give herself and an ally the ability to remove, protect, and shell. And of course she gets the MAG and SPR increase. And then turn 2, she will give herself re-raise as well as one ally the shell and area resistance up. And then after that, if she's not anywhere close to the enemy, then she will use protect and shell on herself. So that's the order of the buff moves. And now on turn 4, or you know, if she's far enough from the fight, turn 3 she'll use this, and then turn 4 she will probably use Dark Mega Flare. Because not only is this move the highest damage move, but it's also the one with the maximum, with the highest range, right? Because this one is not nearly good enough. And this one, the other move here, the Sharantan summon is the low AP move, and then I think there was one more, right? Dark Golem summon is the other one. Damage is pretty bad as well. I mean, it's damage M. Okay, so I think the idea is to have her in the back line for 3 turns, right? So that on turn 3 she can get the protect and shell. Turn 3 she gets the protect and shell, and then by then hopefully your allies have soaked a little bit of damage, so that turn 4 she'll come out swinging. Dagger will come out swinging with Dark Mega Flare, and then she will start healing the allies. So I think I really like her kit, basically. Because as long as you're able to get Dagger far enough away from the fight that she can actually get the protect and shell off, I think the whole structure of her kit actually makes sense. And then of course we have other things that we can use from her sub-jobs as well. I just don't remember on hand what are those things she can do in her sub-job. But even if you don't use those sub-jobs, right? Even if you just use her main, what do you call it? Her main sub-job. This is actually pretty good, right? Because it actually gives her HP healing, medium. And of course, the problem is that there is cast time here, and it's not going to be consistent. But hey, look at the amount of times she can heal an ally. So I think she's one of those units that will be quite interesting in terms of how you want to field her. If you want her to be purely an attacker, you can do that. In which case, you will not be running this sub-job, you will be using some other sub-job. But if you want her to heal a lot, I think this is actually a pretty good option. This one here, the other sub-job move is Dark Odin Summon. Okay, so this is, again, going back to what Zelda mentioned. So this is an AoE attack range 1, 2, 3, 4. And it will do to all the enemies in this AoE elementless MAG-based damage M. And there's a chance that they will get poison for 3 turns. Damage M and poison. I think this is okay. I think this is pretty okay. But at the end of the day, I think we need to look at what skills she has on her sub-job to decide how to field her. But with that said, I'm actually pretty impressed with her. Now, if you ask me between Dagger and Rinoa, which is better to run, I actually feel that Rinoa is probably better most of the time, because you have haste and you have her as a dedicated healer. And the thing with Rinoa that I really like is that it's very easy to make her stay at the back, and then she will just keep healing, and then, you know, when you need to finish the fight, she can run forward and do like an attack or something. But for the most part, she can just using haste and healing is incredible for Rinoa's kit. So for Dagger, the problem is that although she can attack now, and although they have given her some methods of survivability, the problem is that if you're going to run an attacker, do you really want to have Dagger, or do you want to have Queen Mastery as the 3rd unit, right? And then when you compare it like that, how much of a... So the one good thing about Dagger, I have to say, is that she does give, you know, your King Bradley or your main attacker or your tank the ability to dispel enemy, protect, and shell. So that is the one consideration I have. Like, let's say you know that let's say we're in a meta that is, you know, all about protect and shell. That's when I think Dagger will be really good to use as an option in your Earth teams. So that's kind of my take of her right now. I think she will be useful. I just don't think that she is necessarily a upgrade over other potential Earth units you can run. So far, I have to say I like Renoa better, but I see that there are situations where Dagger may be the actual option. Like, for example, if you already have, you know, haste on King Bradley, right? And you don't really need everyone to have haste. Then maybe Dagger makes sense, because, like I said, Dagger can give you the Protect and Shell Nullify move, the Protect and Shell Removal move on hit, and then after that, you can do more damage and do... She's like a balanced attack and healing kind of character, and the biggest concern I had coming into Dagger's release is whether or not her casting time will kill her. And at this point, if the number for this thing here, for this passive, if it's ability reduction time 400, I think she's good enough to use as a magic attacker. But for now, I think, you know what, to be honest, for Earth team, I would pretty much prefer to run Melnia most of the time anyway. But in cases where you need the magic attack, and in cases where you do actually need quite a bit of healing in your fights, then, you know, Dagger may seem to be a pretty decent option. Manny says she's probably better than Renoa for the courage removal for Bright Alliance alone. Well, here's the thing though. In order to do the courage removal, you need Dagger to go forward enough to where is it? You need to, I mean, the skill is only range 4, right? So, you really have to play your cards right. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you, okay, I kind of see your point. Yeah, I mean, there's certain, like, let's say if King Bradley hits first, right? And then Dagger goes in for the kill, then this is good. But if it doesn't happen that way, like if Dagger attacks first and then King Bradley attacks next, then this move does not come out at all, because Dagger's AI will always prefer to use Dark Mega Flare instead, because the Courage Removal move is only at damage M, right? So it won't come out unless the enemy is close to dying, and in which case, she will never use this move at all. So that's the issue here. The problem with her the problem with her courage removal move is that she has to be the one to deal the finishing blow. Otherwise it doesn't come out. And it's a single target move, right? Like, to give it, to sort of see how this plays out, if you're a Summer Handler, you can go ahead and take your Summer Handler and go and fight some Courage teams, and you'll see how often the Courage removal move actually comes out. I can tell you from experience, not a lot. It's not going to, you know, be the move that they will go to. It's not like Soul, right? Even with Soul, right, the only time the Courage removal move comes out is when one of the targets selected, you know, can get his HP reduced all the way to 0. That's when it comes out. Otherwise, Soul will usually prefer to use the other attack 2 unit move, because that does more damage and has further range. Manny says, what kind of weird courage removal is that? What are you talking about? This is how courage works in game. Courage, the way the AI works is that they will always prioritize the move with the most amount of damage that you can use to basically deal the most amount of damage. And it will not use courage removal moves until you're able to get the courage down. Sorry, until you're able to get the HP down to 0. That's the only time it will prioritize courage removal moves. You can go test it yourself. This is how it always works. So it doesn't come out. And if you're counting on her to use that move, then you have to make sure that the scenario that plays out is King Brady or somebody else hits the enemy down to a certain amount of HP and then Garnet moves in for the kill. If it doesn't happen that way, then you don't get the benefit of the courage removal saving you 1 turn. So that's the problem. Hey Bro says, not to mention Wedding Aliyah has hate down yeah, exactly. That's a very good point you've made as well. If her HP is low enough that she activates hate down, yeah, like Dagger will just flat out ignore her and run to some other, enemy instead. So yeah, it doesn't look good for her. Asha says, can you show us how the VC mastery thing works for all VCs in the VC menu? It's not out yet. It's the VC Elder Awakening is scheduled to come out sometime next year, if I'm not wrong. But I can explain to you how it works. Let's say you take an old VC, and so first of all you have to understand the Elder Awakening. It wasn't 100% said, but it was implied that they will be rolled out. The Elder Awakening for the OVCs will be rolled out probably in phases. So you have to wait for a specific VC to get the Elder Awakening, just like with your Master Ability too. So let's say we have Ifrit, everyone's favorite base level vision card Ifrit. Where is that? Where is that hunk of a beast? Where is that mad lad? Okay, so here it is. Let's say Ifrit gets the Elder Awakening treatment. What happens is, first of all, you will need to go and do some quests or do something to get a specific item to unlock Elder Awakening for the vision card. So you need to use that item to unlock Elder Awakening, and then after that, the level, I think, will be increased to like 120 or 125 or some other weird number. And then you will basically need to get more shards so that you have enough shards to do more awakening until the old vision card gets to the new level, and then you max it out as per usual. And once you get the vision card to level 120 or 125 or whatever number it is, what happens is 2 things will happen. The first thing is the stats here will be increased. So this is something I missed in the live translation stream, but they mentioned at that point that 2 things will appear. 2 things will happen. One thing is that the stats on the card will increase. So even if you don't plan to use the VC in a sub slot, if you use it on the main slot, you will see these numbers. It'll give you a bit of advantage in that sense for Elder Awakening. And then the second thing that will happen is that this vision card, when you put it in the sub vision card slot, the amount of percentage you get for the party abilities will be higher than usual. So let's say right now on Ifrit, right, the party ability is ATK up 50% on the main slot, right? So when you put Ifrit in the sub VC slot, it gets half. It gets 50% of this amount, which is 25%. After you do the Elder Awakening on Ifrit, what's going to happen is they will change the sub VC percentage from 50% to something like 60%. We don't know the final number yet, but the example they gave is 60%. So then when you put this card in the sub slot, instead of getting ATK up 25%, you will now get ATK up 30%. So that's basically how Elder Awakening works. Once again, you need to get an item, a limited item that they will give you or that you can buy to do the initial unlocking. And once you unlock it, you need to use your vision stars or do your heart quest to get enough shards to awaken it one more time. And once you finish the awakening and the leveling and everything, you get 2 things for the vision card. One is the increased stats here, and the second thing is the percentage for the abilities is slightly increased. So that's just it. That's how it works, as far as we know. some people say that the stats increase, right, is actually not the stats here, but the party ability. But from what I heard from the stream, they said that the status will increase. So I assume they mean it's these numbers here, because if they wanted to say that the numbers on this part here will increase, they would have said the party ability stats will increase. But that's not how they phrase it. They say the status will increase, so I assume they're talking about these numbers here. But with that said, sometimes people don't use the best words to describe things, right? So maybe they meant the party ability. But at this point, we don't really know for sure. But based on what the director of the game, Fujita-san, said, based on what he said on the stream, it sounds like the only things that will change are the stats on the card here, and, you know, when the percentage of the benefits when you put it in the sub VC slot. Asha says there's a mastery button in the bottom left now. Mastery button? What are you talking about? Is it just empty? My GP has no max VC, so couldn't confirm. I don't... bottom left of which screen? Is it... not too sure what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about this? This here says Vision Mastery, and when you click on it, it basically gives you a full list of the Vision Mastery skills that you have fully unlocked. And that's really it. I don't have anything here because I don't have the Holo VC yet. We'll get... everybody will get one Holo Vision card for free on November 14, which is when the 4th anniversary free Vision card is given out. So at that point in time, we'll be able to see how this screen works when you have, like, you know, Holo Vision cards and stuff. Yep. In the VC, Asha says, in the VC menu, okay, yes, that's the one, thank you. Yep. So, yeah, this was covered in the notice. If you want to see how the, I believe you go into the notices in the global version and look for the Holo VC announcement, it will show you that screen as well, the Vision Mastery screen. So that's basically how it will look like in English. Genfei says, are trust stones tied to character now in this update? Not yet. That update is coming in the middle of the month, probably around November 14 or November 22. So I can show you here if that update is out, we will see a new button here, but it's not out yet. So there we go. So overall, my kind of impression of the FF9 collab is that, yeah, I'm kind of not too happy about it, to be honest. I don't even know if I want to finish pulling for Zidane now, because maybe we just save for White Rose Helena. I think for now, I think I'm going to hold on to my Viz and see what my guildmates have found out first, before, you know, hard committing to Zidane. Because I still feel that Zidane is going to be the new meta win character, but, you know, with that said, whether or not it can beat lightning, whether or not it can beat fire, whether or not it can beat, what else is there? What else is out there? Some other elements. I don't know which other elements, but okay, dark. Like, it still needs to beat lightning, fire, and dark, right? If it doesn't, if it's not able to do that, then what's the point of using Zidane? Maybe it's just a PvE character. So that's my concern right now as far as the FF9 characters are concerned. With Dagger, at least she is a viable option in Earth teams, I think. Genfei says, anniversary/collab characters were the top dogs in the past. I hope they get better. Yeah, I'm not too sure why the direction right now is kind of like, maybe they are overcorrecting things right now due to how Wedding Alaya and how, who else? Basically Wedding Alaya. When Wedding Alaya came out as the anniversary character, I think a lot of people were kind of not that happy that she's OP. And so I feel like maybe they are kind of not making all these new characters that good you know, just to avoid having the same situation. Because if you think about it, over the past few months we've had some really busted OP characters, not just Alaya, but also Summer Glaciala, and then of course there's Soul, and Astrius is not on that level, but it kind of feels like he could almost be on the level. So kind of been, the meta has kind of been crazy, and I feel like maybe they are trying to downplay these newer characters so that, you know, the next one, when they release an OP character again, that it will be, you know, actually well received for once. Did we take a look at the reaction ability for Dagger? This is not bad. This is Auto Potion. Auto Potion is her reaction ability, and basically it's like Auto Cure. Whenever she receives damage, there's a chance for Dagger to get HP recovery. And so I think this is the reaction ability to go on Dagger for sure. And of course she has the amazing Limit Burst. So why is this amazing? Imagine Rassnik's Limit Burst, except Dagger's version of it will actually remove all debuffs on your allies first before doing HP recovery L. And this means that if your allies are hit with healing ability down or healing ability greatly reduced, the Limit Burst will actually remove the healing ability down first before doing the HP recovery. So you're guaranteed to get a bunch of HP out of the Limit Burst. And on top of that, for the next 3 turns, your allies also get a bunch of what do you call this? Attack type resistance up. So I guess we can go into we can do a quick test to see how much of a buff it is. So I guess we load an Earth team, right? Because that way it's easier to see. Gem Faces is too bad really, because other characters draw new players to the game. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's really quite unfortunate. So overall, I mean, yeah, I'm not impressed with this collab, to be honest. What the heck is this? Let me just change out the home screen character at least. Kind of sake of Rinoa spouting her nonsense. I thought they would have learned their lesson by now, that people don't like it when they, you know, make the mainline FF characters weak. But what is this, man? It's like the players fully expected Zidane to be busted, and he's not busted, you know? But like, I forgot who it was who said it. Maybe I'm just underestimating Zidane, so at least Dagger is cute, so there's at least one good point about her. So let me check something real quick. But I think pretty much we're going to. So I think because Zidane is like, you know, I'm kind of unsure about how good Zidane is gonna be. I think I'm not gonna pull the rest. I'm not going to pull TP for him today, and I want to just evaluate how good Zidane is as a character for the next 1 or 2 days first. Now, if I feel that he's relevant for sure, if I feel that he is definitely going to be, you know, a unit that's going to be played a lot in Win, then I'll schedule a different live stream, and yeah, and basically we will, you know, finish the polls on stream. But for now, let me do some adjustments. I want to show you guys something real quick. I hope this works. If not, then, you know, I don't think I'll be scolded, but... Okay, yeah, this doesn't work. Maybe if I change it to... Okay, so this I think is okay to show. So, we have people with level 140 Zidans already, so we're gonna... I won't be doing this on stream, but yeah, after the stream has ended, I'm gonna do some testing and see what I find, and then I'm gonna report back to you guys, probably record something. Unfortunately, like I said, for, you know, privacy reasons and stuff, I don't really have permission to show you guys these things in depth, so I will have to do it, you know, off stream and get the stuff ready, and then we'll come back and take a look at how good Zidane is in an actual team, which is exactly what I have over here. So right now, what I can do for you guys right now is I can tell you guys what kind of settings my guildmate has set for Zidane, and then we can think about, you know, how good this is. And by the way, he's equipped the Ultras Asper, so you do get 20 defense penetration from Ultras. So maybe if you want to run Zidane, you probably need Ultras as Asper. Maybe. Zelda says, looks like this Zidane has 450 luck. Yep, so that's pretty nice. I don't know if you can see it because I made the sizing of the window so weird, but he only has 29 evade. Maybe if I resize this. He only has 29 evade, so obviously not an evade build. Let's see how much I can resize this. I think it's okay to probably show you guys this much. Don't think my my guildmate will mind. But yeah, Ultras as the Esper, and of course you don't run the Holo VC, you just run Dark Tetrasulfate, and then the Christmas VC as the sub. What's this? What's this TMR? I don't know what this is. Is this Halloween Lucio's TMR? Let's see here. So this is the, I think this is Halloween Lucius TMR, which gives you 3 turns of AP recovery small, as well as physical damage up for the next 3 turns. I don't think this is the optimal TMR to use, but, you know, that's what he is playing around with. And then, of course, he's using the new Dragoon sub-job, which means that he does have access to another AoE attack here, although it's a spear-based attack. You guys can see the details for this skill on WOTV Cup, but just to read it out, to all the targets in the AoE, it does damage M, and there's a chance that they will get stunned for 1 turn. So, again, not too fantastic, but I mean, Zidane is short on AoE attacks. That's really the problem with him. He has move +1 and agility up as a buff, and then what's this called? Drain jump. Range 2 jump, and then dive in with damage S, and drain a bit of damage for HP recovery. Okay, so I think this is the sub-job Zidane uses because it's the one that gives him protect. And if he has a turn 3 to use for buffing, then he can give himself protect, he can give himself defense up, as well as some attack up as well. But for me, right, what I really like about this sub-job is it's called Dragon Lance Dive, and I was thinking it makes a really good combo with Glaciala because you are able to reduce spear resistance down. You're able to give some spear resistance down, piercing resistance down on the enemy target, and that can combo quite well with Glassy. So that's the thinking behind it, but again, this is a single target skill, which means that most of the time Zidane will have something else that he would prefer to use, so who knows, right? Julio Costa says he's TMR, or maybe not. No, this is definitely not Zidane's TMR, because we know that Zidane's TMR is a barrier move. It's a barrier like Olandu. Zelda says 29 base evade is not that bad, given that it can go way higher if it's built as an evade focus. That luck can go over 500 too. Yeah, I guess it's something we kind of have to play around with and see the effectiveness for. Jolio asks if this is max reincarnated. I don't know for sure, but my guess is that it's not max reincarnated. Or maybe it is. I'll have to ask my guy. I'll have to ask him. As far as I know, I don't think he max reincarnates units on day 1. Yeah, so I don't know for sure. I'll have to ask and get back to you guys. Real Cool Lam says maybe they didn't want limited characters being limited for PvP teams, whereas WOTV mainline characters being good allows players to get at any point in time, since they are in the general pool for polling. Yeah, I think that makes sense, but the problem is that they're kind of using Final Fantasy's name to draw players in, right? And doesn't it feel weird to use that, draw players in, and then at the same time not make them good enough for people to want to use them, right? It feels kind of weird, right? And like I said, there have been people who actually quit WOTV because of the disrespect that was done to Squall, him being so not up to expectations. So earlier JB asked if JB79 asked if he has multi-healing moves. Well, it looks like this is what you do. You put the Winter Luatha Vision card on him, and he has Triple Christmas. He has 3 hits of damage M with what's this now? 3 turn of critical evasion down on the enemy. So this is how you're supposed to use him for PvE stuff, I guess. Just use Triple Christmas. And of course the weird thing is that this is piercing damage. So it kind of is not slash damage, so I find that to be a little bit weird, but hey, at least it's something that you can use to, get your damage in. Let me see if, let me switch the screen for a bit and see if there are other examples I can show you guys. Gotta be a little bit discreet about this because I don't want people to get upset for, like, I mean, they put in the effort to get Zidane to level 140 so quickly, obviously, and also they're in the middle of testing things that themselves, so I can't just be like, what's the funny thing in Japan? So the privacy laws in Japan are a little bit different from everywhere else in the world, and actually the number one thing that Japanese people care about is that you don't show names. Like, as long as you de-identified the information, is not as bad. They don't really mind that so much. I know that because every single time in the past when I recorded something for YouTube, I actually asked permission beforehand, and they are always like, okay to share the info and stuff, but they just, what do you call it, they just don't want it, they just don't want the thing to be like mentioned by name, or they don't want their name to appear. Some people are okay with it, but a lot of people in Japan are not that okay with it. So we have another example here, and I guess this is the team that we should be fighting. So I guess since it's here, I might as well just show you guys how this looks like, right? I might as well just run a fight, and we can see how good Zidane is. So I guess I'm glad I didn't end the stream earlier. I don't know how many people are left still watching this. Kind of feels like, I kind of like save the best for, like so late into the stream. So I don't even know how many people are actually watching, or will actually be watching the fight. But since we do have something to mock against, I'll try and mock something. I need to figure out what team to, you know, to optimize for this. Because we just changed maps, by the way. Today is the first day of the new guild battle map, so I still need to optimize my team to make sure that it functions properly. But while I'm doing that, I guess we can show the Zidane movements. For now, I'm stuck on this screen because I want to take a look at the build and seeing how the skills work and everything. So it looks like my guildmate here has gone with... Okay, so this is the same as the companion unit. 40 defense penetration and 80k up. And I don't know what is the amount of slash resistance penetration here, but that's the option, and attack up. As you can see here, the team is kind of built properly. If you take a look at the VCs, 25% ATK up on this one here. And why did he put this VC on? Not too sure about this. Slash resistance penetration up. Critical hit rate up. And it also gives you defense penetration. Okay. So this is actually pretty good. So yeah, I don't know why he picked that Halloween Vision card, because I mean, Zidane can't use the ability. What do you guys think? Seems a little bit weird, right? But I mean, it's like what, 3 hours since Zidane has been released, so it's not optimized yet, but we will just, you know, we'll just send a team in and see how things go. Hamayumi says, what's this now? Hamayumi says, but are you sponsored by Square Enix LL? Gumi always finds a way to mess up Omega lol. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Golden Liu says, about the Holo Vision card issue, they hide this important information in the live stream and just update it secretly in yesterday. Yeah, I know, it's a lot of people are feeling pretty burned by it. And hopefully they'll realize that, you know, we really don't like this kind of thing, and hopefully they will reflect on the feedback they're getting. I think a lot of players are still giving, you know, Square Enix and Gumi a lot of crap for doing something like this. They really didn't need to do this. Like, because they went and decided to do this stupid thing with the Holo VCs, a lot of us are just not going to get the VC anymore. Okay, so I'm just going to use my guild battle team that I used yesterday and run it against them and see how it goes. So it's not going to be optimized, so you have to excuse the movement on both sides of the equation, both my team and of course my guildmate's defense team. It's a work in progress, but definitely if you want to see like the full power of Zidane, sometime later today, maybe tomorrow, I will do some actual mocks with real teams on this map, and we'll see. I should be able to, like, you know, do something for you guys sometime between today and tomorrow. But for now, we're just gonna do some very basic mock battle tests and see if Zidane is even decent. Okay, let's... I think I... Okay, so... let me just change the... How do I usually do? Okay, so I think this is the correct sizing. Oh, maybe it's not. So we're gonna take a look at Zidane in an actual mock battle. One thing I need to explain about this guild battle map is that certain units, certain dagger using units have single target resistance up, and I believe for dark and earth units they have MAG up, and one last map effect to consider is that VV and Black Mage Rod users and Mace users, they have, I believe, HP up, maximum HP up. Anyway, the only thing you really need to be concerned about this fight is that Zidane on the win team, Zidane alone has increased single target resistance. And anyway, I'm gonna run a few mock battles using teams that are unoptimized, unchanged from my previous from the previous guild battle map. And the first one, unfortunately, is going to be Earth versus Wind, simply because that's the team I ran yesterday. So we're gonna see how things work. If Zidane's team doesn't even get past Earth, then we don't need to say anything anymore, right? So there's no reason why Wind should be losing to Earth over here. But we'll see what happens. So this is the really strong movement here, with the suddenly giving area resistance, while Zidane giving single target resistance. But I don't think he used that buff. By the way, how is the audio balance? Can you guys actually hear me talk over the music? Or is the music actually too loud? Okay, so Sadali gives some healing. So, in this team, Sadali's role is more of a healer and support rather than damage. Because they don't have Ayaka to do the dedicated healing. But as you can see here, Zidane is getting wrecked. So, I hope this is just because my guildmate's team is not well optimized, but I mean, this is the first team I'm trying, guys. You can kind of see why I'm deciding not to pull for Zidane right away today, right? If Earth is beating Wind by so much, I don't know what to say. Do you guys agree? Does this make sense? Golden Liu says, well, it seems that their strategy is to make the people pay more, and if you don't pay, you can just play the normal version. Well, I mean, we all know how the business works, right? It's just that sometimes we wish that if they weren't so greedy, they would actually make more money from us. Because, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if the players are happier, then they're more willing to actually pay more, right? But the route that they've decided to take is to, instead of make us happier, they decide to just, make us pay more money for the same amount of content as before. So that's really the problem here. So I'm gonna change to another team, and in the meantime, you guys have to look at the BRB screen while I make the changes. I guess for now, since when I'm changing, I can actually show you guys my team. But when I get into the guild battle team, then I have to change it to, the BRB screen again. So we're gonna run a pretty standard soul team. I just need to put some trust stones in this TMR here. And I don't think we need this thing on this map. Where did I put my soul trust stones? I think it's this one. Yeah. Well, at least the FF9 music is nice to listen to, so it's not a complete disappointment, right, guys? It's not a complete hogwash, right? Alright. So we're gonna go into the BRB screen while I set up the fight. Golden Liu says at Genfei, this happens to every mobile game. Genfei says, I feel like their highest earnings have come from anniversaries though. Yeah, well, that's normally the case, but actually in World of Visions JP at the very least, for the past year or so, it hasn't really been like that anymore, right? Because sometimes the collabs, I think they made more money during Summer Glacialus release than during the 3.5 anniversary. I'm not too sure, but I remember seeing numbers that indicate something like that. TR3D says, now this is team com, you're running anti/team with other team, no tank. Okay, so that's why the Earth team won. So, you know what? This time I'm gonna run a soul team which also has no tank, so the fight should be fair now, yeah? I mean, if you want to make some suggestions as to what I should run against that win team to make it a fair fight, yeah, I'm all ears. You know, we can try a couple of different things. It's just that, like I said, the main reason why I ran that Earth team is because that was literally my attack team, my offense team from yesterday. So that's the only reason I decided to use that test. No other reason. But for now, next up, we're gonna do some testing with Soul, I guess. And yeah, we'll see how good this is. Again, if you guys have ideas on what I should test against this win team, and by the way, the Suddenly, Glaciala, and Zidane team is actually exactly the team I would have formed if I had Zidane. So, although I recognize that the win team is not fully optimized, I do feel that this is probably what people will run. So let me know if you want to see, some specific team being tested against this sort of Zidane win team. Golden Liu also says what they're gonna do is to release more and more Holo Vision cards with PvP/GVG benefit. And if you don't put out for the new Holo Vision cards, then you will become weak. That is all. Well, I think everybody understands that is the connotation, but at the same time, you have to look at what the effects are, because if it's something like the guild statue benefits, then it's not that bad, I mean, it depends on how much of a buff it is. Okay, anyway, do I need to lower the speed? Because I can see what the effects are, right? But I don't know if you guys need me to actually explain what's happening on screen. Area resistance up, and then courage and courage removal negate. Sorry, courage and courage removal negate. So now this is where it gets interesting. I can see here that the team is more balanced than earlier, because they have more turns to get their buff in. And now Zidane is in range, and he uses the limit burst instead of the calculated rend, which I find quite surprising, because I think if you guys notice, Soul didn't even take any damage because he didn't get barrier broken. So that's really weird. Maybe my guildmate's skill levels are, like, you know, not properly done. I don't understand why he's using Limit Burst instead of Calculated Rend. So once again, for reference, this is not... Sorry, this fight you're watching, as with all the fights you're gonna watch on stream today, are not really meant to be, you know, a great reference material. This is just like day one test, and what's gonna happen is that the team I'm mocking against is not like fully optimized, may not even be built properly. I'm just doing some very, you know, random tests just to get an understanding of how Zidane functions in a fight. So this is not indicative of how a guild battle should work, but okay, we do see that he can do quite a bit of damage. And yeah, this is pretty okay. I guess this is pretty okay. Did you guys see the damage of when, you know, Zidane... Oops. When Zidane, you know, took a bunch of HP off of Amulet and Soul? That is actually pretty impressive. But, I mean... Yeah, you know what? The only thing I can say, like, anything I can think of to say as to why that happened, kind of sounds like an excuse for the Soul team. But I feel like that Soul team could have won. Seed says, I think Zidane could be laying the groundwork for Win making a comeback. Still need to see the Win Veritas too. Any idea what element young Dario is in the new story content? What if his Win? Well, we don't know. I didn't finish playing the chapter yet, so I don't know if he actually even appears in the chapter. Genfei says, I was just theorizing as to why they may be making them weaker or Odaiga. Like everyone holding this for anniversaries, but then I thought anniversaries are their money makers. Well, okay, I do think that makes sense. It's just that, you know, sometimes things don't you know, reflect what we expect them to be. So it could be that as well. So it's hard to say. All right, so next time I'm gonna try and bring in another team. I would have loved to show you guys my Asterisk team, but to be honest, I haven't fully set it up properly for... I really should have done it beforehand, but I actually didn't set it up properly, so I'm not going to show you guys that, but instead, let's see what else we have that we can run. Any ideas for what you guys want to see? I think this part here, when I'm going through my defense build, I probably shouldn't be showing you guys this. Because some of it is, let's just say, oh, I found a good one. I found a pretty good team that is, I found two good teams that we can do some comparisons with. Just give me a moment while I load this up. And I need to check the trust stones are correct. I can't wait for the trust stone update that will finally allow me to not have to, you know, switch trust stones here and there so much. I found the perfect team to test against the Zidane team. Can you guys guess what it is? Alright, any guesses? Guess maybe not. Lightning would be a good guess, but then so I was gonna do that, but then I realized there's actually a better team that would be a great sort of comparison to to show off, and that is of course the mirror match. Except I'm not using Zidane. Like, if Zidane is good, then, I shouldn't win with this team, right? Because the idea is Zidane is supposed to be an improvement from this team, right? Does that make sense? I have a Summer Glassella team somewhere there, but we'll try that later. I can try and show that, and sorry, I mean I can try and just run that Glassella team and see if it works better or worse. Jamface says Balo trump card. Come on, this is not cost limited. Man, but I can't wait for Winter Balo. He's gonna appear in the Santa Claus costume. That's the dream. By the way, Jordan, you mentioned Summer Glassella team. What exactly are you thinking of when you say Summer Glassella team? Because Summer Glassella can go with so many units, Like, do you have a specific example of, the kind of Summer Glassella team? And, I guess, whoops. Did I make a mistake? And no, I didn't. Okay, so I got some good news for you guys. And I need to it's gonna take me a moment. Let me see if this works. Okay, so this is the team we've been mocking against, right? Oh. So I got some news for you guys. This is a team we've been mocking against. And so the good news is that we can also mock against this team now. So I'm gonna run my team against these two, and I guess later on I'll bring back the Earth team and run it against this team over here, and we'll see how that goes. Maybe we get a better result here. But for now, let's do the win mirror match first, because I'm kind of curious to see how that fight will turn out as well. What the heck? What's wrong with my OBS? Oops. Okay. All right, let's go for a test drive on this. Jordan said Summer Glassella Ferries and Perrine maybe. Well, I could set that up, but actually my Ferris is not like fully built. I have the stuff. I was just lazy. I just wanted to save my FF9, my SPS. So I don't know if I really want to go and fully build ferries anymore, because like nowadays just not really used that much. But if I decide to build that team, I'll test it some other day. I can't do it today, mostly because my Ferris is not fully built. Genfear says, I was off, but just a little. Okay, so here we go. Re-raise on VV just now. And he gives single target attack to Southerly, as well as himself, along with crit rate up. Oh, by the way, my movement for the wing team may be weird, because, like I said, I didn't adjust it. I think it's from like 2 maps ago, so it's gonna be a little bit weird. So I have to say right now, the Zidane team, their positioning is way better than mine right now. But like I said, it's just because I didn't optimize my team properly. Okay. Just look at that. He's like paper thin. Like, I kind of, like, looking at this, I kind of feel like you almost have to build Zidane as an evade character. Because if you don't, it's like, you know, he's dying so quickly. And now it's 3v1. So, I guess maybe it's just that my guildmate's team is not properly done up, right? So what we're gonna do now is we're going to run the exact same win team versus the other Zidane team that I can mock against right now. JB79 says probably just a unit that needs attack. Okay. You make a good point. Yeah, maybe he's designed to function with a tank. That is actually, that makes sense. But I don't think he goes with Jum, right? Because I feel like, so the issue I have also is that if you run Zidane with a tank, are you gonna be able to get enough damage out of the team? So that's the other concern I have as well. Right, if Veritas of the Wind is a tank that can put up some serious damage, then okay, that's something. That's something that we can play around with. But you know, if he's not at least a half damage dealer, then I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough. But anyway, we're gonna try this win team against with tankless Jaden Zidane team. And see how that goes. Moonstar says Jum that, well, the thing with Jum is that she barely has any damage, right? Like, how good is that? You know, I mean, I would sooner run Dialdo than Jum, to be honest, because at least Dialdo has damage on top of being a pretty, you know, a pretty good top tier tank. Hama Yumi says, is Zidane weak to magic and spear? No, he's weak to spear and missile. Jordan Willis says, yeah, I don't like how he keeps running out in front. The main reason for Zidane running out in front is because he only has one AoE buff, and then after that, you know, his turn 2 buff is, you know, single target buff. So I think he's meant to run out in front. The only problem is that ideally you want to have a tank run out even further in front so that Zidane can do some, you know, like come in from the side and get in some damage while being protected. So I don't know. Maybe if we change up Zidane's TMR to some other TMR that gives him a AoE buff, and as a result he stays back to buff his allies for a bit, maybe that might be a better outcome, perhaps. Or maybe you're supposed to use his TMR to give himself a physical barrier that will make him survive longer. Anyway, we are looking at the Jaden team now. Seems to be pretty okay. I believe the Dogma from Suddenly is on Jaden, so he's the one with hate up. And there we go. So this way, this team here is more optimized in the sense that Zidane is staying in the back because he uses 2 casts of the single target resistance up AoE buff. So for the first fight at least, he's actually the furthest behind. He's actually in the back line. And for some weird reason, Jaden is the one who's out in front. So I'm not too sure how good that is, but it does look like we have a fight on our hands. The enemy wing team, the Zidane team, has got quite a bunch of buffs under its belt. But suddenly he's gonna come in and make Jaden turn against his friends. And this is gonna be interesting. Not as much damage as I would have hoped, but whoa, okay. He gets 2 turns off without being interrupted. And finally, Glassy knocks him out of the charm state. Whoa! Holy cow, look at that damage. Okay. Now, if Suddenly wasn't slow, I think I could have won. Oh wait, am I still winning? Oh well. It's very, very close. Zelda asks, wait, is the follow-up right after the attack? Yes, it's after the attack. And the reason why you're confused is because in the text, they actually say that the follow-up attack, the description for the follow-up attack skill is at the front, right? But the thing is, you have to remember, basically the follow-up attack is a buff. And the buff is applied for 3 turns. So what this means is, even though the follow-up attack description text is in front, in terms of the actual execution, Zidane will always hit with calculated rend first, and then the follow-up attack will come in. So this is the correct thing. If you look at Asterisk, right? If you look at Asterisk Limit Burst, it's the same thing. They write the follow-up attack description at the front, but it's a buff for 3 turns. So the follow-up attack still comes at the end of the attack. So there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so I'm gonna switch back to the Earth team real quick and test it against the Jaden Zidane team. But in the meantime, do keep your ideas coming. Like, let me know what you guys want to see be tested against the Zidane teams. And if it's something I can, put together right away, I'll just, do exactly that. I guess we have to test this against the Zidane Jaden team as well. Although I have to say that, without having optimized on this map, I'm not sure if I'm losing because my team is unoptimized or because the enemy team is really good. Zelda says 1 charm away. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. It's pretty close. But the thing you gotta remember is that my win team is not optimized for this map. Like, the reason why the movement is so weird for my win team is because it was designed to work on some other map that required the entire win team to basically stay back and just like Ouroboros buff each other while the enemy comes in closer. So it's completely different, and if my movements on my team had been better, I think we would win with a bigger margin. Link says try Asterisk Alliance Alphas. Well, I have the units, but the problem is I didn't properly set up my Asterisk. So I will do that eventually, but I will have to put that in a video sometime instead of like just running it on stream now. Mostly because I haven't properly set it up, and I want to set it up properly first before we test it. Alright, so I am going in with the Earth team that I beat the first Zidane team with, and now we're gonna try it with Zidane and Jaden. What I'm gonna do is I will run a Lightning team against the Wind team, but I will use Elia, Lightning, and Alphonse. So without Lightning Astro Boy there. And in a way that is, better to compare as well, because global, I don't think we are getting global version. I don't think we are getting Lightning Asterisk so soon. Might be December, might be next year actually. Hey bro says, how about wedding Elia, Lightning, and Alphonse? Yeah, that is something I can, quickly put together. I have the team in one of my slots already, so yeah, we will definitely try that. Alright, off we go. Dogma re-raise on Jaden there. Zidane comes in for single target resistance buff and critical damage up. And AP up on Jaden. I forgot what the other buffs are. Okay, so this is gonna be interesting. Jaden limit burst on my Dialdo. It's gonna slow him. Meanwhile, King Brad is somewhat protected and haste is on. Shadow Dance. Courage on Zidane. Okay, so this doesn't look good for my for my Earth team. But hey, it's Earth versus Wind, so this is kind of expected. Okay. Okay, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Whoa. So I am liking this team, but I am saddened that I do not have Jaden, Summer Jaden on my JP account. Alright, so now before we bring out the Lightning team, I'm just gonna run my Soul team versus the Jaden team. Just to make sure that, just to make sure that the Jaden team can also clear my Soul team. Joe Costa says he doesn't look that impressive, sadly. Yeah, I know that's kind of been the conclusion we've been having the whole stream. It is why I decided halfway through to not continue with my polls for Zidane until I'm absolutely sure that I will actually want to use him in, guild battle and stuff. Because there's way too many good things coming out. I don't really have enough visual to be spending on characters that I may not play very much. Moonstar says, I'm tempted to pull for Melnia on Global tomorrow after watching her in action here. Haha, looks fun. Yeah, she is really quite amazing, and I have no regrets pulling her in JP. I'm actually not too sure if I want to pull her in Global yet, mostly because of visual shortage. And I need to think about what units I need to focus on first for the auto PvP final. So that's the that's actually the main reason why I'm not confirmed to pull Melnia in global yet, but you know, if you feel like you have enough visual, Melnia is really a great unit. For a lot of people, the issue with Melnia is that she's not limited, right? So you could very well just luck sack into her sometime down the line and then slow build her, but the question really is if you're willing to wait. And you know, for me, in under normal circumstances, I wouldn't wait. I would just pull her right away in global. But because I need to think about the auto PvP finals first, I will need to basically plan my decision around that instead of just doing whatever I want. Alright, so this is the Soul team versus Zidane and Jaden. Oh, by the way, I just realized that with the I just realized I forgot to put on the what do you call it, the chat on screen. Axia says FF9 info is up on WOTV Calc. Great, fantastic. We need to know about all those juicy numbers and see how good or bad it is. Hey Bro says, nice Jaden showcase LOL. Hey, this is meant to be a Zidane showcase. Who cares about Jaden? It's all about Zidane. But I kind of get what you're saying. It's like, even though the intention of these mock battles is to showcase Zidane, because Jaden is doing so much more work than Zidane, you know, it kind of feels like it's a Jaden showcase instead. Janfei says, see you guys, enjoy the stream. Thanks again for all you do for the community. Thanks for dropping by, Janfei. I hope to see you again sometime soon. Jolio Costa says, maybe he can be built as evade unit with Dark, Leela, and Riesel for double blind limit bursts. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. That's actually pretty solid, I think. Because I think, yeah, if you have what is needed, that is actually a pretty fun team. The only issue is I don't know how viable it will be, so somebody needs to test that. By the way, Shalze is like... never mind, I think maybe I shouldn't say it. It's the... I heard that some content creator gave Shalze a C+ rating, and it's a rating that I violently disagree with. So let's just put it that way. I don't want to, like, you know, sound disrespectful, but Shalze is really good, you guys. Whoa! Look at that damage from Jaden! Just lobbing a water bomb right into Amalith's face. Pretty nuts. But you know what? I have healing on my side. Wait, did he just silence my Amalith? What the... what? So the thing with Samurai Jaden is obviously he has silence, right? But the problem is that it's not one of his more damaging attacks. So usually it doesn't come out. But the only time it comes out is when you have, you know, a map and weird ranges and weird height differences and stuff like that, and then that's when it comes out, and it just so happens to come out right now. Whoa, look at all that damage. I'm not sure the Wind team can win. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. Shalze is the last boss. crap. Okay. So the soul team that I have is not that great, so I guess they can beat soul teams, probably. Or maybe, so the thing about soul teams is that there are a lot of ways you can build the team as well. But clearly this variation doesn't beat win with Zidane. I'm not even sure if it beats the normal win team, so to be fair, it could just be that. It could just be that win team in general does not have a problem versus soul teams. Alright, so next up I'm gonna bring out the lightning team, but I need to take it from somewhere secret. So give me a moment while I set that up. And by the way, we'll try the rain and soul version of the soul team later on. I have that built as well. And I feel like the team I'm about to show you guys is probably not like the best way to crap. I need to make a quick change real quick. But anyway, the lightning team I have for you guys is like I said, it's a team taken on the current, or rather the previous map, and so I'm not even sure if it works on the current map, so it's gonna be a big if. In the meantime, please enjoy this lovely FF9 music while looking at the BRB screen while I get this all set up for you guys. I really wish they gave us more slots than 5 for guild battle. Wait, there's no guild battle today, right? Because I didn't set anything for global. Okay. So this is the... let me switch back. Wait a minute. Okay, finally done. So this is the team. This is supposed to be something else. I don't remember what. I think it's this. And the Asper I was using here was something else as well. Don't remember what though. Crap. What was it? And I think I put something else here. Ah, crap. What was it that I put? So I made some tweaks to the build because there was a good chance our opponents were gonna use evade, so this is not the build that I had before. Oh, okay, I remember now. Okay, so this is what I had. Okay, Truststones are in. And I believe what happens is Lightning will run forward and cast haste, and then Alphonse will run in and use Rob's TMR on her. So hopefully this works. If not, then I don't know, we'll change positioning or something. Ling says you won the Perrine VC. What are we talking about? Action says don't forget to equip Truststone on your character's guild battle team. It is equipped because this is the team I ran last night, so it's the correct Truststones. I got a bit lazy though, so the lightning trust stones are actually the King Bradley's trust stones, so I didn't put lightning attack on, but you know, it doesn't really matter for that. Lightning is not there to do that important of a job. Ling says Zidane's single target resist helps a lot against Soul and Amethyst, but Jaden's instant... what? Jaden's instant won that fight anyway. Yeah. Now the question then is if the single target resistance from Zidane will help against Wedding Alaya teams as well. By the way, does anyone know? So WOTV Scout is updated, so Zidane's single target resistance buff, how much is it? Does anyone know? Hariki Lewis says we now are gonna have to pay 20,000 visual for one more party buff. Is this Holo VC? Well, it's if you want to pay 20,000 visual for one extra party buff. That's if you want to, and specifically for this one, it only affects PvE, so for a lot of people, we are thinking of just skipping it, unless you are a die-hard leaderboard chaser for PvE event and stuff. So we're gonna try this lightning team against both versions of the Zidane team. Starting with the glassy version. Let's go. Wait, I can't start. Oh. Wait, links, what do you mean? The parent VC for my... Huh? Oh, you mean for my lightning team? But... yeah, I could do that actually. I mean, it could be better, but... it's reaction, block, and something else. It's HP up and something else. Yep, Gabriel, I know it's been updated. Do you know what is the value for single target resistance on Zidane's buff? Moonstar says, just saw that Garnet's cast time reduction is 250. 250 means that it's 650 total if you include Esper and Truststone. So this affects a few things, I think, but I think it's mostly okay. So my lightning team may not work that well on this map, because as you can see here, the Alphonse is standing behind my lightning, but on the previous map, Alphonse is still in front. So that's the big difference with you know, my team here. So don't be surprised if my team loses because of bad positioning. I could probably change it to something else, but I mean, I need to think for a bit about what the proper movement should be. So this is not really indicative of anything, because like you see, lightning dies before Alphonse, so that's a big mistake on my part already. So I think maybe I need to just change up the positioning. Huh. So I think things could be different if lightning didn't die so fast. So let me think about what adjustment I can make to quickly change this up. Link says, yeah, that VC is amazing. HP, strike, attack, reaction block, especially on subject. You know what? I'm gonna switch that in then. I'm gonna switch that in, and I'm gonna make some positioning adjustments. I don't really know, because I don't know this map, right? I don't know how far the gap is. You know what? I can look it up. I'll just look it up real quick. So I'm gonna change out this guy here to the Perrine VC. Wait, what's the Perrine VC? I felt like I missed it. I think if I turn on Rush Assault, then probably works fine. But I need to double check the gap. So let's double check the gap. Wait, what did I load up? Oh no, this is not good. One, two, three. What? Oh. Okay, so how do I make this work? Like, assuming one, two, three. So I put the Alaya in the center, Alphonse over here, 1, 2, 3, and then Lightning will kind of be on her own solo lane. I think that's how it works. I want Haste here. This map is not good for my Lightning team, but we'll give it a try. Okay, so we're back to this team, but we're gonna move Alphonse to be at the front, and we are gonna move Alaya to the center, and then Lightning will just, you know, be her own boss and do her own thing, and I think we should be alright. By the way, show of hands, how many of you guys are planning to pull for Melnia tomorrow? Because I don't think she's that popular in Global, right? I kind of feel like because Melnia came out so late in Global, and there are so many units now. They're like coming on the horizon. I feel like a lot of people in global are probably not gonna bother pulling for her anymore, especially since it is actually possible to just like, you know, get her later on and stuff, since she's not limited. And so we've changed up the positioning, and let's just see if this will change things. Daniel Soto says, I'm just waiting for Volk and Helena. Volk is the guy that looks like Lilith's brother, right? Harry Lewis says, on 10 UR 100 pull banner. I'm seriously considering it. What are you talking about? The 10 UR 100 pull banner is free, right? You know that, right? What do you mean you're considering it? So I think we kind of got shafted in the global version of the 100 pull banner, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't include Melnia. Manny says, only pulling Earth unit that has removed courage. Earth unit that has removed courage. There's not a lot of them, right? I don't think so. Moonstar says he's considering pulling from Melnia. Oh, okay. So looking at the fight, seems to be better, but I'm still not in love with this movement. Like, I feel like it can be way better. Whoa! Look at the damage. Look at the damage Zidane did on Alphonse there. That is pretty impressive. So maybe I'm just thinking. See, Glassy does so little damage on Alphonse, but wow. Okay, that is pretty good. That is actually pretty impressive. So, now I'm kind of a little bit more tempted to pull for Zidane, because I feel like Zidane is, despite not being like OP, I do feel like he is essentially going to be what is required for the future win teams. Julia says Lorenzo. Wait, what? Lily's brother is Lorenzo? Are you sure? I thought it's like some dead character we never got to see in the story. Moonstar says, considering pulling for Melnia, I mean, oh, okay. I read that already, but I kind of just forgot about what we were talking about there for a bit. Anyway, gonna run this exact team against the Jaden team, and I'm not expecting the results to be different, but I do kind of want to see the amount of damage this Zidane does as well. Oh, okay. Jolio says Lorenzo has courage removal, but he's not a UR, right? So I don't know. That's like, yeah, it's like Earth team, or rather the Earth element, has so few units that have courage removal. It's like Lorenzo and what's her name? The Earth punching girl, Urel, and then I don't even know who else. Link says Helena 100 cost like tank, maybe, wouldn't be surprised. I don't know, man. It's they could introduce her as a tank the same way that Ralphu is a tank, but I mean, it kind of doesn't really fit her image. But then again, Summer Glassy being a tank absolutely does not fit her image as a character anyway. I mean, she's barely wearing anything, so why is she a tank? So yeah, maybe if you think about it in this manner, maybe 100 cross White Rose Helena could be a tank, and it is something that would be really useful in light teams, but I don't know if that's what light team needs at the moment. Although to be honest, I don't actually know what light team needs. I will, however, show you guys an example of a light team that's been popular since past 1 or 2 months. In JP at least. Limit Burst? See, this is weird. Okay, so the thing is, he's using Limit Burst here because Alphonse doesn't have a barrier. Because I turned off the barrier for Alphonse. But if I turn it on, maybe it'll be different. This is actually really good. Oh man. Wait, what? How did he survive that counter attack? What the hell? What the heck? That was super close, if you ask me. Okay, but not too bad for like a random, you know, half S Lightning team, right? If I change out Lightning for Astris, I think I would have won there. Probably. And the thing also to consider is that Astris coverage removal is further, is range 7, whereas Zidane's attacks, or Zidane's main attack is range 6. So, next up I have a different team I want to show you guys. Again, it's not optimized for the current map, but it's not a, doesn't really need very much to function. Wait, is this the team? May not be the best version, but it's the one I have on hand, so we're gonna give this a try. Basically, I think there's 2 popular versions of this, and the other version is instead of Light Stern, you run Jaden because he can shoot very far, right? And the idea is to use Starlight Elena as a tank. Let me just check. Okay, I need to put some Trust Stones here. This one has Trust Stones, and okay, I guess I should move this to Starlight Elena because Bards need ATK stones. But also because of the map, I don't think this can work. No, I need to change Bards here. So Starlight Elena will solo lane, and I think this should be okay. Yeah, it should be fine. We'll just run it one time, and if the movement looks stupid, then we'll just change it to something else. No biggie. Attack stones. I don't have a dedicated set of attack stones for Bards anymore, so I'm gonna just take a random one from something that I remember using. Wait, is this? I think this is for Sephiroth, but you know what? Sephiroth, Bards, they're the same type of character, whatever, just gonna throw it on and hope for the best. So I'm not too confident if the movement will end up working the way I think it will. But, many ask why Starlight Elena has no weapon. Because she is meant to be a tank. I don't need her to deal damage. I just need her to dodge everything and distract the enemy enough for the for like Stern and Bartz to do their thing. Also, my equipment is outdated, I think, because we now have Winter Guard +6, but I didn't make one. So we're just using the Ninja Guard, which is okay, but nowadays, especially after +6 Winter Coat comes out, that is actually the better evade gear most of the time. Unless you need defense penetration, of course. In which case, Ninja Garb is still the best guard. Jolio says Zidane has this counter. Chance to counter slash strike damage 35% to 70%. Reduces the damage taken by 30% for target. Yeah, that's the exact same thing Wedding Alaya has, right? Am I wrong? That's the exact same thing. Alright, first try with this light team. Let's just see how it goes. Many ask, does Starlight Elena have guarantee evade like Yuffie now? No, she does not. But, you know, it's okay if she gets hit and die. Like I said, the whole point of the team is that Starlight Elena distract long enough for the remaining members to, you know, win the fight. And also the other thing is that what was the other thing I was thinking of? So the other thing is that a lot of guaranteed hit skills require your target to be a certain range. And so the way this works also is that Starlight Elena is using the range to her advantage, which was why it worked on a previous map, and I'm not sure if it will work on this map. So we just have to see if it does. So you see I have Barrier and Re-Raise, and I think Courage on Starlight Elena, and so you can break the barrier, but if you break the barrier, then, you know, your barrier breaking move, if it's not guaranteed hit, then it's not going to hit, you know what I mean? So that's kind of the idea. Like, not that many moves in the game break barrier and are a guaranteed hit. Ah, shit. Okay, so, well, maybe not this team, but, you know. I think if I fight against the Jaden team, my light team could actually win against the Jaden team. Mostly because they don't have the accuracy. Come on! Stern reflex are the worst timing. This is BS. This is complete BS. Come on. I'm kind of disappointed it didn't work, but I think I may have a good chance of winning using this light team against the Jaden team, because without Glassella, I'm not sure if the entire team has enough accuracy to deal with Starlight Elena. And also, part of the reason why this light team was viable is because in JP for the longest time, evade is kind of dead. Like, if you do the calculations, you know that, you know, we have people with maximum reincarnated Yuffie and everything. I can tell you it's not a good team. That's why, you know, in the top guilds at least, very few people actually run evade anymore. because it's just not good enough. There's so many teams out there that can, you know, do what they do while still having maximum, or rather very good accuracy. So it's kind of dangerous to run evade teams in you know, in a top guild in guild battle. Like, you really have to pray that your opponent did not bother stacking accuracy for you. But most of the time we do. We do still do that, so you're just gonna screw yourself out of a win if you run evade in a lot of situations. Like, pretty much every team I use on a regular basis in guild battle in JP has enough accuracy to deal with fire evade. Like, soul teams have enough accuracy, Alaya teams obviously have enough accuracy, Earth team obviously you know, Earth team has never had a problem with evade. What else is there? Wind team is, I mean, there's Glaciala, so you're covered somewhat. And what else is there? Right? Most teams out there can deal with fire evade too well. Zelda says peak Zidane moment. Can you talk about that more? What was the peak Zidane moment for you? I kind of missed it. I kind of missed what you were saying. Dennis456 says, funny how almost all units after Bright Alaya have a way to counter her or at least tank her. Yeah, that's kind of the, I don't know, maybe that's the design philosophy they have nowadays. But with that said, I mean, it's for sure that Bright Alaya is like too OP. They overtune her way too much, so she needs to be taken down with Pag. Manny says, my Dark team doesn't mind evade team, unlike my Earth Bradley team. See, so here's the thing. Without a doubt, Earth Bradley team has no problems with evade. And if your Dark team can do even better than Earth team, then, you know, for sure you're able to do well against evade, so yeah. So how many elements is that? Dark, Earth, Fire, Lightning, Wind. That's like 5 elements already. 5 elements can easily, you know, take down fire evade teams, no problem. So what else are you left with? And with, especially in like, you know, top guild battle in JP, almost every guild out there runs like 30 teams of 1 element. So if you're running fire evade on offense and your opponent's defense wall is like just 30 versions of the same element, then you're kind of screwed. So one thing we do know about Zidane is that accuracy is supposed to be a weakness of his, because the Hollow VC gives, you know, 10 accuracy, I think, on the bestowed effect. So that is one hint that Zidane needs some help with accuracy. Okay, so this team is not working too well because Starlight Elena is too far back, but normally on other maps where it's properly positioned, she will be further in front to be able to draw the hate. But now with these 2 units, I'm not too sure if they have enough accuracy to actually beat Starlight Elena, so I might still end up winning this fight here. See, he's not even attacking anymore. Okay, maybe that's because of some evade buff? Okay, it doesn't land anyway. See, Zidane is not even attacking anymore. They're screwed. So I think you kind of need Glassy on the Wind team, right? If not, you can't deal with evade. Okay, we're going in a loop here now. 27 turns more to go. So you see what I mean, right? If the map was such that Starlight Elena was ahead of the other two guys, then she will forever keep drawing hate because she cannot be hit. And so with the bow tie, which gives her hate +3, will forever stay at hate +3. Okay, so now we are... Okay, so... Well, sometimes that happens, but the point is, while she's dodging all these attacks, Stern and Bartz will supposedly clean up the whole team, so... Dennis says, another problem with evade, they can't kill on this heavy brawler meta. Yeah, that is indeed true. Alright, any other teams you guys want to see me try? I don't really have that many other ideas because I didn't prepare teams beforehand, but let's see what else I have here. And also, of course, all these teams are not optimized on the current map, so they don't really work. Daniel Soto says, got my Zidane with 22,000 visual. Well, congrats, Daniel. Let me know how you like him. Oh, I absolutely have to try this one. Totally forgot this one. So I think this will probably be the last team I'm gonna do mocks with, mostly because I haven't prepared that many teams. I can't think of what else we should try against the Zidane teams. But I do also need to go and test my teams on this new guild battle map, and then when I find some good ones, then what's gonna happen is I guess I could make like a quick video to showcase the matchups versus Zidane, and I think by then my guildmates probably have a better idea of what version, what Zidane teams are good. So gonna keep this on because I'm not sure if she actually needs this Tomarine ring, and we will see how it goes. It's on. Trust stones are on. So this is the final team, unless you guys have some idea that I can quickly throw together and test it. But you know what? We've been streaming for like just over 4 hours at this point, so probably a good time to call it a day. So this will probably be the last 2 mock battles that we will watch for tonight. And then if you want to see like optimized builds, then we'll just do them another day. So overall, I have to say, definitely a big question mark if Zidane will be all over the place in guild battle and well, I'm sure he'll be in arena, but I'm not sure if he'll be in guild battles, class match, and quick pick match. Certainly doesn't help that his vision card is so expensive. Alright. Let's go. Dennis 456 asks, the strongest monofire the strongest monofire we sold you have. I think it's probably this. here's the thing, I don't play a lot of mono fire, right? And I feel like for mono fire, we definitely want Soul, we definitely want Xiaozhe. And then the third unit is usually Rain or King Mon. And I feel like, so I don't really like Rain a lot. And it's for no reason other than he is a very old unit. Right? So it's not really a very, it's not a good reason. Because it's so much stronger now. But I keep having this impression in my mind that he's just not that great. And it affects how I see him. Even though my guildmates keep telling me, no, he's really good now and this team is really good. But I can't see it because of because of my prejudice. So I guess we'll see how good he is over here. And the thing is, because I'm not that familiar with Rain stuff, sometimes I'm not too sure if I got the settings right. So that's the one thing I need to be, I need to think about sometimes. Alright, off we go to the races. Yeah, so far so good. Oh boy. Okay, so the fight is over the moment Rain also dies. Because that forces Xiaozhe to revive him instead of Soul. And then after that I can't compete anymore. But I think this is actually a pretty close matchup. Once again, like I said, if I tweak it a little bit, I think the Soul team can win. But yeah, I don't know. At this point, I need to think about the Soul team a bit more. But definitely feels like this version of the Soul team is better than the Amnelus one against Zidane. Okay, so if the Zidane team can beat Soul teams in general, that's definitely worth consideration. And then the other thing is, of course, the performance versus Astrius and Lightning. JB79 says, really strong at tanking Soul. Yeah, that was really good. And, you know, part of it is, of course, the magic reduction, which... Does anyone know how much reduction it is? The magical damage reduction. Because I'm quite surprised as well, like, when, you know, Soul attack Zidane, holy cow, the damage is like... It's not even... It's like barely a scratch. So I was quite surprised by that. Alright, next up, this will probably be the last fight of the day. Let's see here. This is the Zidane plus Jaden variation. Oops. Okay. Vaker says, Rain tanked like a champ, but the Asia and the Win team was pretty well, yeah. I definitely agree with that. I felt like I lost because of the agility difference. JB79 says, oh, that plus his the magic damage reduction plus his high unit resistance. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. The yeah, unit resistance is really great against Soul and Elia, and kind of didn't factor that in. That's a very good point. 25% magic reduction on his buff. Holy cow. I'm starting to see. So, like, even though Zidane is not, like, you know, oppressively OP, the thing is, they gave him, like, you know, a bit of defense over here versus a certain matchup, and then some other bit of defense against another matchup. Like, so, like, for Soul, he has the single target resistance and magic reduction, right? And then for Elia, he has the strike thing. And I feel like maybe that's the idea. Like, you know, give him something to make him better against a certain matchup, and then overall he's gonna have like decent matchups across the board. Maybe that's the idea. The movement on my side is a little bit different this time. I wonder why. Like, Soul didn't get the regen, so that's a little bit weird. But okay, but he gets it next turn anyway, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I'll come up with a team with Soul. I'll come up with a better team against this matchup. I think for the Soul teams, so the main issue here is versus Win. You know, if you don't have re-raise removal, it's kinda pretty tough. So I think the idea is probably to use Soul plus Elia and then plus something else. And I guess we'll figure it out. Alright, so that's basically going to be it for the stream this time. I think we showed quite a bit today. You know, we went through both of the kits for Zidane and Dagger, and unfortunately, I am not too impressed with Zidane's kit at the moment, so I'm not going to finish pulling for him. Gotta think about what else I need to pull with this tiny little vis stash here. So I'm gonna adopt a wait and see approach and see what else people come up with Zidane, and then do more in-depth testing before I commit to the character. Now, after I've done the testing, probably will put some of that testing up on my YouTube channel at some point in the near future. Might be as soon as tomorrow. Depends on how much testing I can get done with my teams on this map. But if you'd like to see that, definitely one way to do it is to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and when it's ready, when I have that footage for you to watch, it will show up on these tubes of you. I mean, never mind, I was trying something funny there. On YouTube. So yeah, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna call it a day here because I can't think of anything else to test at the moment, but I want to go and see what my guildmates have found out as well, and then want to do some further testing off stream as well. So I guess I'll see you guys next time, and yeah, look forward to more stuff on this channel. And again, I think if my schedule clears up on the day White Rose Helena releases, we'll probably do something like this again next time as well. So thanks. Thanks for everyone for dropping by and watching the stream, and